Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
The iRacing special event calendar takes us through a journey of motorsport, through cars, through tracks, and even winding back the clock 36 years to the time when the GTP and GTO class ruled the roost in America. Welcome along to the iRacing Road America 500 as we break out some classic cars and hopefully some good vibes as well. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith in the commentary booth. And Paul, these are some legendary cars, and for the second consecutive year, we go racing in a historic special event.
It's analog cars in a very digital world. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. This should be an absolute cracker of a special event, and we wind out the old music and also the old commentator as well.
I had to go and dial up some special tunes for us to get the race underway. But qualifying has just started for our drivers. Let's dial you up through what has been an interesting special event calendar so far as we head into the only special event in the month of April. Because, well, all roads lead to the month of May. Paul, you know how excited I am to have the iRacing Indianapolis 500 back alongside the Coke 600 as well. But look at what we've got through the rest of the summer.
The one I'm looking forward to is the 4 hours at Thruxton. Touring cars around Thruxton. You can't go wrong with that. Nürburgring 24 hours. Yeah, okay, that's one of the biggest events of the year for me as well. But you look down the line, the Firecracker 400, you've got Crandon involved in there as well. Chili Bowl at the end of the season as well. It's a packed schedule.
It's, like I said, a journey through different cars, tracks, and disciplines. You can try out dirt, asphalt, and everything in between here in the world of iRacing. Let's talk about today's specific event because 30 minutes of practice of warm-up have just come to a close and they have dived out onto track by themselves. It's solo car qualifying with 8 minutes on the clock and 2 laps to attempt. We have 500 miles of racing. That works out to 124 laps here at the Road America circuit. And while we do have dynamic weather, no rain on the horizon, it is dry skies for all these teams and drivers to be thinking about. And well, teams and drivers, Paul, this is a race that can be done as a solo driver. We're expecting just under a 4-hour race. It will be a very taxing 4 hours, though, to say the very least.
Certainly will. These drivers have got a challenge ahead of them, and those doing it solo, I salute you, because these cars, they are a true challenge and a true test of a driver's car control.
The GTP, the top class, has got plenty of power coming out the 2 wheels at the back. The GTO class, which is the sports car category back in the day, that's got 4-wheel drive, and we'll talk about those differences in just a few moments' time. But Paul, here at Road America, talk us through this track map as we get ready to dive into the action.
Yeah, you're just about 4 miles in length around here at this venue. Brilliant track, high speed as well, so long start and finish straight through turn 1 down to turn 3, which then is crucial to take you through the Moraine Sweep and into one of the favourite overtaking spots at turn 5. Then you got that bit of a tight, twisty section through the Hurry Downs, through the Carousel, and then the daunting kink before you head towards Canada Corner at turn 12. Final corner for turn 14 heads you back onto that start and finish straight. A truly iconic venue in the world of motorsport, and one that everybody seems to have a real long and a real affection for this track.
And one thing that I always really enjoy about coming here is it's a track that hasn't changed much, right? Given all the evolution of safety in motorsports. Not to say this is an unsafe track by any means, but it's old school in nature. Not much runoff to speak of, and these drivers, they are challenged at what seems like a relatively simple track in nature. Lots of 90-degree corners, but they're all different, and it's anything but simple. Defending race winners are out on track, by the way, and ready to defend their thrones from 2024. There, in the Nissan GTP, is the Core Sim Racing number 80. Pascal Stix is behind the wheel. Over in the GTO class, GTU class potentially rather. G-Force Racing, Michael Polishek behind the wheel of the defending race-winning entry. He was representing Obsidian Racing last time around. This will be the first timed attempt that we'll see, though, from some of the machines up across the line. It's a big climb as well from the Core Sim Racing entry. What's Pascal got in store for us? It's a 1:45.246. It's sixth on the board right now.
Yeah, so times, as you say, coming in. I mean, you're talking 1:44 around here, around this track. It's a quick time in these GTPs. The GTOs, you're going to be talking about 2 minutes for a lap time. So yeah, definitely going to be seeing some great action between the two of them, and some natty paint jobs as well throughout this field. I love the sound of that Audi though. Absolutely fantastic. It's thunderous as they go past.
Michael Polishek breaks the timing beam and gets his first lap on the board. Apologies, we're having some graphical issues that will get resolved and be able to work you through the running order as they stand right now. You talk, Paul, about the distance and the lap times. For these GTOs that we're watching right now, it's just it's not very hard for them to be able to complete their 2-time laps, but they can't afford a mistake and have to reset to pit lane. That would cost them their chance to set both of their attempted times.
Yes, absolutely. They will. They'll be pushing it for time. Will these GTOs, and you can see that Audi really. It's a bit of a lumbering car through the slower speed stuff, but once it gets going, my goodness, has it got some grip and also some power behind it as well. But these GTPs, the Nissans, the GTP ZX Turbo, my goodness, these things go off like a rocket ship. Just over 10 seconds for a quarter mile standing start from this car, and that was back in the 80s. Unbelievable the size of the turbo on these things, and you will see them going absolutely flying down these straights. Fantastic to see, and this is why I'm here. I'm loving this. I can't wait to get us started.
No, this is one of those races that I look forward to every year. Right now at the top of the qualifying standings, I can confirm it's a GTP lockout from Grid and Go. 1, 2, and 3 they stand in the running order, although Hydrarace Geodesic Racing and Brandon Roseborough have just been able to pip them and jump into third in the GTOs. It's still G-Force Racing and Michael Polishek, but we're watching Joni Hagner, who was only 2/10 off of Polishek on the first timed attempt. And we're about to watch Michael Polishek dance his way out of the final corner and run his way back up to the line. This will be his session done and dusted. So defending race winner, looking to try and start from the front of the field. A 2:04.473 to beat. That was not a valid lap time. He invalidated it through the final corner. And so now the pressure onto Joni Hagner. Doesn't look like anyone else going to challenge for the front of the GTO field. So Paul out of the final corner, much tidier for Hagner.
Yeah, lovely exit through that final corner, climb up that steep incline, and then across goes Joni. What can he do? Paceworks Esports going to second in GTO. That's a good time, and it actually beats Joni Hagner there. So fantastic work from Paceworks.
Very nice. I was not expecting that. Like I said, no one else was trending to that front row, so Fabian Strasheg able to get the most out of it. Here's Lone Bobo Racing, Bogdan Moldovan, who's going to cross the line, and he will improve up to 7th in the class. And so now 40 seconds left on the clock. I'm not seeing anyone else outside of this Solpec Precision Racing car out and on a flyer right now. So through the long right-hand carousel, 30 seconds to go. I'm not sure he's going to finish this lap before the clock strikes 0.
Yeah, I don't think he will finish. And I have seen, by the way, somebody asking, how how these GTPs to drive. It's basically nothing, all the power in the world. They are a wild machine, but when you can tame it, my goodness, it's good. One of my teammates in last year's event ended up crashing into the underside of the bridge, going down towards turn number 5. So yeah, not good.
Speaking of, this is just after turn 5, so hoping not to see too much action. But remember, we'll have 2 starts at the same time. Here in the world of iRacing, no split class start. But let's throw the clock back 36 odd years and live in the world where drivers had a lot of different focuses when the 3 letters at the top of the class were GTP. There's no hybrid shenanigans for these drivers. Instead, just turbo spool to deal with. Let's dial you down through the starting grid, where front of the field, like I said, Grid and Go able to run very strong. Apologies for the issues with our graphics, but gridandgo.com 1 and 2, and then HydroRace Geodesic Racing alongside of the 3rd Grid and Go machine, Sean Campbell, on row number 2. Team Jacob Reed alongside of Fiercely Forward. Remember, you can do this race solo. Jacob Reed has got 4 hours, 124 laps ahead of him. Obsidian Vintage, they're inside of Zamio Air Racing with Den Competition and Trek Sim, the rest of your top 10. Fiercely Forward second entry alongside of Samsoid Canine Esports. We'll have Samsoid behind the wheel throughout the running of this race, with 13th going to Locked In Racing. 14th, the defending race winner Pascal Stix. He'll have to come from deep in the field to repeat his victory. Beast Racing, and then the GMF team by Playboy, the 111, 15th and 16th positions. Row 9 for What Apex Racing and Metamorphosis, hoping to morph their way onto some Apexes through this race, with WR Brazil and Greener Pastures, 19th and 20th. There's too many puns through this field already. Blitz Motorsport, Nexus Esports, 21st and 22nd, and still with times on the board. These drivers 1.5 seconds off the pole. Rising Panda Racing, Solpec Precision Racing, and then Writer Engineering. Solpec's second entry back in 26, and then the first of the drivers with no times on the board. Watch out for Liam Nissan trying to fight their way forward from 27th. Team Noah Eder, BP 56, and then SRP Silver Team. 30 cars strong before you get to the final row of the starting grid. Teams Volta and Scott Banks all by himself. Then in the GTOs, Michael Polishek, pole position in the defending race winning number 45 with Paceworks Esports alongside him. Glacier Racing and Impulse are row 2 with Iona Yacht and Audi Sport powered by BMW M-Power AMG. Love all the different German manufacturers powering that specific entry. Lone Bobber Racing, TSRC Esports Sim Racing Grid, and then Whiskins Racing, Intoxicated by iTelemetry. A 10 out of 10 team name if I've ever seen one, in 10th position. Loss of Control, Team Ivan Bertola, 11th and 12th positions before the final couple of cars. Tech Sport Academy, 07 Racing, and looking for race friends. Well, you found us on the top split here on the iRacing social media channels. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith, and Paul 124 laps, 500 miles to be completed in just under 4 hours. They're going to come back here in the real world for IMSA competition next year for a 6-hour race. We're starting to throw ourselves back into the old years, especially given the revitalization that IMSA's had of its top-class prototypes in the last couple of years.
Yeah, how IMSA has gone is absolutely just, it's turned around ever since we've had the 2 different endurance worlds come together to get a similar performance from cars for the GTPs or the LM prototypes, or the hybrid cars. They're absolutely great to see that come together. But for me, this is looking at the past and looking at what we used to have, and I've seen clips of the Audis, the GTOs, racing around Summit Point. Now everybody knows how small and narrow Summit Point is. Those cars were rapid around there. They'll be certainly fine around here though. Plenty of space.
Yes, no, plenty of space for them. Traffic's going to be, I think, somewhat interesting as well when we get to that point of the race. There's probably only going to be a handful of laps before we start to navigate through the multi-class nature of this event. But we do have a slightly smaller field in that second class, that GTO class. Wondering how that's going to play itself out. If you have never seen the almost 10-minute videos that iRacing have put out about each of these cars individually, they are mini documentaries in many ways. We will be airing them through the course of this race. Once we get into the mid part, when things tend to die down, you'll get a chance to relive the history of these amazing machines. And not just that, Paul. What I loved about these mini documentaries is it also brought you behind the scenes of bringing these cars into the sim.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the job that the team at iRacing have done with a lot of their videos, but especially these car videos were something special, and they do a fantastic job there. And yeah, it'd be good to see those a little bit later on, and to hear from Hans Stuck, one of the famous drivers who used to drive the GTO. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this race, but it's going to be a bit chaotic to start with, I think, to say.
Let's get through the first 15 minutes, then we can get into the rest of this race. I think that's the way that Paul and I have shaped this in our mental model. The field of Nissans, by the way, it looks resplendent. The, 31 entries that we have, this would be a field that if they entered any historic series in the real world today, Paul, many millions of dollars out on track right now.
I think I used to have a model of one of these Nissans, so definitely the Audi, that is for sure, when I was growing up as a kid. Absolutely destroyed them as a kid, so no point in trying to think about holding on to them. But we're almost ready for the start of this one.
Here we go. 36 years ago, Nissan and Audi ruled the roost in IMSA's prototype and sports car categories. They do so once again in iRacing as well. The Audis have gone early in the GTO class, and look at Michael Polishek closing on the Nissans, who finally see the green. Chaos though as they crest the top of the hill. 5, 6 cars already in the wall, and a track blocker that now those sports cars are going to have to navigate their way through. Michael Polishek and Fabian Scheisek just about squeak through, but the rest of the field is not so lucky, Paul.
And one of those GTPs that was caught up was last year's winners, Core. They were all caught up in that one. More carnage at turn 3 as well. I said it was going to be chaotic. I was absolutely right.
My goodness gracious me. They're 3 wide down to turn 5. Just about get that sorted out. It was Obsidian Racing. Gio Cortese a bit too aggressive onto the brakes, but just about able to hold on to that. The field in the GTO class is absolutely split apart by this, but they are almost wheel to wheel. Paceworks realizing, though, they can afford to slot back into line and leave things as they stand right now. Into the carousel for the first time. It's grid and go 1 and 2. Brandon Rosebauer interrupting the 1, 2, and 3, but we're going to have to take a look at some replays, Paul, because there's already, I'm counting, 9 cars sitting in pit lane.
Yeah, that's the cars that are sitting on pit road, and then that's not including the cars that are trying to recover back to pit lane as well. So absolute mayhem at the start, and it's possibly one of the worst starts I've seen for a very long time here in a special event.
That's saying something.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say I've seen quite a few in my years. But right now, Grid and Go, they must be laughing right now because they're at the front and they've got a good hold of that one. But GTO, that field's been decimated, and G-Force Racing in GTO, by the way, losing the lead to Paceworks. So Paceworks are on the move.
It happened down through, I think, turn 7. So now let's see if your new race leader is going to be able to break away. They've got 3 seconds behind them. Such is their advantage. You're probably wondering, where are those replays? Well, Paul, let's dive into the race start from up above.
It's all checking up. One doesn't go, and then you've got you see just that concertina effect of people hitting the brakes because some have gone, some have not. Watch, they're going. Brakes. And this is why you need to be smooth and not just power on and then hit the brakes. You know, not trying to assume when the field is going to go. You've got to react to what's happening in front of you. And then, yeah, the Audis come flying in. For me, it's worse from the Audis because there are yellow flags. They know that there's been an incident, and yet they're still coming in because sim racers seem to see yellow flags as a free place.
I mean, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. We could take a look at these replays endlessly as well to pick apart what's going on. It would be somewhat pointless at the end of the day. Bogdan Moldovan in the Lone Bobo Racing number 11 is just past Emil Bernstoff in the Iona Yacht number 3. So that's a swap for a podium position. See if they're going to start to close the gap up to your leaders. Not seeing a breakaway. You know, Paul, I'm still a little bit flabbergasted by that race start. But if I'm Michael Polishek, let's focus back in on, you know, actual racing itself. This might not be the worst thing in the world. I can save some fuel. I can run the rest of my race. Remember, this is a long 4-hour endurance event for all of these teams and drivers.
Yeah, we're only on lap 2, aren't we? And we're already talking about strategy. It's absolutely right, though. Michael Polishek doing the right thing here. And just sit behind, let the car in front, the Paceworks Esports car, just do that fuel saving for you. And yeah, definitely Polishek thinking further down the line. He's not thinking about thinking further down the line. And right now, these two can work together. And people will be, if you're new to racing, you might be sat there going, hang on a second, no, you want to fight for the position. Right now, all these drivers will be thinking that long game, and these two can work together, pull away from Lone Bobber Racing to get a gap at the front so that they can fight later on in the race.
They're probably thinking that traffic, which we can see on the map, the white representing the GTO, the blue representing the GTP, already half a lap splitting the front of each respective class. And so only 3 laps into this race, add 3 more laps, and we're probably not far away from that traffic becoming a somewhat repetitive cycle. Watching pit lane, just trying to see who's leaving. Samsoy Kanan's going to head out. They will stay on the lead lap, but 1 lap down for Nexus Esport and Glacier Racing. And so, like we said, some big names being caught up in chaos on the start. If you're just joining us for this iRacing Road America 500, it is going to be Aaron Lopez, aka Aaron Vasquez, that leads out of the final corner, back to the line, close of lap number 3. Team Jacob Reed doing very well at the start of this one, Paul, though. They're up into 3rd and already past Brandon Roseborough, trying to close on the race leaders.
Yeah, and of course, doing it solo as well, which is one of the differences in this type of team event here, is that you can do this special event on your own and not get disqualified at the end of it. You've seen many a time people do 24-hour races or 12 hours of Sebring on their own and then get disqualified at the end. So this race, you're allowed to do it, which means why not? Yeah, get going. And Jacob Reed doing a sterling job. I'm interested, Samsoid was 21 seconds in the pits. So either he had the very smallest of required repairs, or maybe had qualifying fuel still on the car.
That's not a bad point, actually, you know. We've all made that mistake, at least I have, accidentally leaving the wrong setup on the car. It's an open setup event, if you were wondering as well. You can keep an eye on the fight in the GTO lead, bottom right corner of your screen, because like I was saying, I think Michael Polishek is very happy at this point. However, Paul, the thing that would worry me is Lone Bobber Racing, Iona Yacht, are starting to close. We could have a 4-car train for the lead sooner rather than later, although there is some damage on the front of the 3, probably costing Emil Bernstoff a bit of pace, a bit of time.
Certainly will be costing them that time, and that's not come off of the forecourt like that, so obviously got caught up in all of that shenanigans at the start. And well, we're on board. Just listen to this fantastic 5-cylinder engine. Oh, the flutter of the turbo as well, absolutely wonderful. And of course, this is basically the car that was created because Group B rallying was outlawed back in 1986. So Audi went, well, we've got all this technology, we've got a rather successful base, let's go circuit racing.
I'm also just going to say this, it does look quite box-like in many ways, but it's an iconic shape, Paul. There is just something about the car that has withstood the test of time. I would also argue the same for the Nissans that, you know, run in that top class. We'll check out some of the action a little bit further back in the pack. This is just outside the top 10 where we got TrekSim.com, What Apex Racing, GridandGo.com, and Beast Racing all in relatively close pursuit. But I've got to say, I love the look of these cars. They really do just look like an upside-down wing trying to stick themselves as close to the ground as they can.
Yeah, and basically that's what they are, aren't they? They have a lot of ground effects, especially on this prototype as well, don't they? They're very much of that 1980s ground effect era as we look through the space frame chassis and through the back here. And yeah, it's very much that era of motorsport where teams were really learning how to make the most of aerodynamics and of the ground effect. And you look at some of the iconic cars that came through in the 80s, just seeing what was in the rules, or in the case of IMSA, not a lot of rules, and creating these absolutely fantastic machines.
The joys of sim racing, we can place a camera where in the real world it would probably be melted by the fumes coming off the back of the exhaust. Good exit off that final corner from Campbell, spools up that turbo, and he's not even going to need, I think, much help to pass Aaron Humphrey in the Apex Racing entry. So again, remember, this is just outside the top 10, a swap for, what is 12th position? It's disappointing, I guess, for Campbell to be down here, but he did the important thing on the start pole. He actually started up in 4th, but maybe as a result of some of the other chaos that, you know, tends to happen on race starts, dropped down the running order, but he's kept the car clean, he's kept himself in contention.
Leaders are just working their way through the GTO traffic, so they've now finally met those Audis. We're only a few minutes into this race, lap 6 of the race, and already the Audis are getting lapped. If you're those Audis, this is the wake-up call now that you need to be looking in your rearview mirror.
At least you have a spotter in the world of iRacing. All around the track you've got coverage. In the real world it would be a lot more difficult at Road America to have a full track spotter coverage like that. One thing that I did note, just quickly looking at my timing screen, I don't think I've ever seen this as well. Jarno Cox iRating, 10,000 exactly. Not 10,001, not 10,002. It's 10,000 exactly. Just a weird quirk that I thought I'd point out to the rest of the audience. Front of the GTO field, by the way, you can see that they're coming up first on that GTP traffic, just slicing through them, but also on that Glacier Racing entry. So there's going to be some GTO traffic that they've got to contend with as well. And Michael Polishek, that gap back to Lone Bobo Racing, still 2.2 seconds. So top 2, still very much running and controlling this race exactly as I think they've planned.
Juhani Kammonen in that Glacier Racing car decided to carry on, and with an event like this, I mean, we saw the mother and father of all accidents at the start there. You never say never on getting a result out of an iRacing special event, and I would encourage people, if the car isn't too heavily damaged. I mean, they were 1 minute and 27 in the pits with Glacier Racing, so they had to get some repairs done, but it wasn't the worst, that is for sure. And so they're only a lap down. They can still recover something out of this.
Paul, you know that I love attention to detail, and so I've broken out the yellow pen. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Oh yeah, I know where you're going with this.
So Paul knows, but the viewers may not. If you look over here, iRacing, they did not misspell alternator. That's how it is on the original car. Again, attention to detail in the world of iRacing. They spotted the misspelling, but they kept it exactly as it is as we just continue watching the traffic slice and cut its way past our GTO leaders.
Yeah, exactly. Attention to detail. That is what iRacing is all about with these vehicles. And you were mentioning about 10,000 iRating. I remember. Pepperidge Farms remembers, but I remember all those years ago when Max Benneker was the first on the roadside to reach a 10,000 iRating, and how, oh my goodness, that's such an impossible achievement that is created. You look at how many people now that are a 10,000 iRating or above. It's absolutely incredible just how far the top pros have been able to push on in terms of their rating in the service. And
it goes to show as well, right? Even though Jarno is 10,000 iRating, Jacob Reed is only 7,500. So
Only 5,000 greater than me.
I was trying to figure out a way to phrase that, but again, it's still very high. But he's a lot more experienced in these cars. You know, you can see it on the livery. He's got the GSRC, the IMSA Vintage Series logos. He races this car week in and week out. Our friends over at GSRC do a great job of the coverage on the weekends, and so that experience, Paul, of knowing the ins and outs of the cars. Jarno's someone that I and you would more often see in a GT3 sort of a machine, and so as Jacob just closes that little bit more, this is where you'll see that comfortability, that adaptedness of already being ready to rumble in this car just coming to the forefront.
Yeah, and it's just knowing these cars like the back of your hand, or you know, it's like putting your foot into your slippers at the end of a day, a hard working day. Just something comfortable that you feel at one with, whereas others, they're talented drivers, but they may not know fully or understand fully what the car is like when it's on worn tyres at the end of a stint. So that's where Jacob will really come to the fore with his experience in these cars. But again, with iRacing, things like the IMSA Vintage Series or the Lotus 79 series, they've got these really close-knit communities that go out racing week in, week out. I mean, even myself with the TCR community, it's a little bit bigger, but there is a core group there that race these cars week in, week out and have fantastic racing. And if you like these older machinery where you are making more of a difference compared to relying on traction control and ABS, then yeah, these might have been the machines for you.
I do quite like the vintage livery that the #1 Grid and Go machine has got with the flames on it as well. It is very 80s, I feel, in terms of the look as well. So this fight's going to continue to close up, I have no doubt. Jacob Reed's not going to force the issue. So let's go back slightly, where fiercely forward Luis Nunez, he's putting the pressure on to Andre Castro, who has competed in the NASCAR Xfinity Series as a part-time driver, but does plenty of iRacing as well. Races quite frequently on Fridays in the Radical E-Cup coverage that we have on iRacing channels and on RaceSpotTV. Gio Cortese's behind them in that Obsidian racing car. Then Locked In Racing, fiercely forward, Grid and Go with Sean Campbell, Zamior and Trek Racing. This is a train that runs all the way back to 12th position, but they are already 12 seconds off the race lead.
Nick Thiessen, who we know well down in 12th place, but yeah, that little group of cars that we're looking at here going through. So TrekSim.com that we're on board with right now at the back of this little group, and certainly it's good to see Nick still out here, and we know Nick a little bit better, don't we, Arjuna, because of his work on the on-screen side of things, isn't it?
Helps powers all our graphics that you see, so when anything's broken, poor Nick's the one that has to fix it. So he's dealt with complaining Arjuna more than anyone should have to deal with, so always great to see Nick out on track, and quite adaptable as well across the different machinery. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. Maybe a good top 10 finish on the cards for them. I did note, by the way, that Aaron Lopez lost about a second or so relative to second and third, so the podium sitters closing up slightly as they dance out through turn 5 down at the bottom of the track, climb up under that Corvette bridge and sweep their way in through the hurry downs, which I've always found to be a quite perfect corner name, because what are you trying to do around a racetrack at all time? Well, hurry yourself around.
They had to work their way past lap traffic, Javier Soto, with that SRP Silver Team car, so that's just gone enough a lap down on the leaders. But yeah, I think that's where they maybe just lost that little bit of time, was having to work their way through fellow traffic, fellow class traffic, should I say. That was a very kind GTP. We're coming up to your leaders here in GTO. I'm not used to seeing a prototype backing out of making an overtake on the slower class traffic. I'm used to seeing them saying, "I'm the faster car. Get out my way, peasant," sort of attitude. No, that was good, honest driving from them there.
Brewster Carvalho is one one lap down. He spent almost 2 minutes stationary in the pit lane, but good to see the Nexus Esports driver recognizing that situation and not wanting to insert himself anymore into this fight up front, because you can see Glacier Racing, Kaminen's dropped behind the front two, so he's probably saving some fuel. And Bogdan Moldovan in the Lone Bobber Racing 11, must say, love the look of the grey and silver blue sort of look that he's got on the Audi Quattro there. It's closing, there's no doubt about it, Paul. It's tense here and there, but this is what makes endurance racing so great, right? You don't just have 10-15 minutes to try and close advantages. You've got the 3 and 4 hours, and so, you know, that's why, lap 2, I started wondering about fuel saving for Michael Polashek, because the top drivers, they're always thinking about how they can use pit lane to their advantage, especially important given how long pit lane is at a track like this.
Yeah, you're talking quite, you know, cone to cone. If you were not to stop, you're talking about just over 30 seconds, aren't you? Just to traverse pit lane at pit lane speed limit, which I'm afraid I'm going to have to do this in Roman Catholic. It's 72 kilometers an hour, so that's what, 40.
You can do it, I believe.
No, that's about as good as you'll get out of me.
Okay.
It's 40 something. It's about 40 miles an hour-ish.
Fair enough. It's okay. The worst conversion.
I'm trying to think of my Euro Truck experience of having to convert kilometers an hour to miles an hour.
The worst thing in the world, in my opinion, is trying to do Fahrenheit and Celsius conversions, because that doesn't make any sense. At least with miles and kilometers, it's a simple 1.6. My multiplication and division skills is what makes that one difficult. Again, with temperature, there's all the formulas that you've got to try and muddy your way through as well. We briefly touched on it during the format, Paul, but let's just remind everybody, there is a stop and go limit. So after 50 incident points, drivers have to head back to pit lane, stop and go. Same after every 20 incident points after the first initial penalty. It's not something we'll be talking about too much at a track like Road America, where the punishment for going wide can often be death. But drivers are going to push the limit, so we might have to be thinking about that given how unruly these cars can be on occasion.
Yes, it's going to have an effect. Is that, by the way, 45 miles an hour? I've just unticked the metric on. I think we are going to be seeing more drivers down pit road for unplanned visits. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of things here. With 50 incidents for 4.5-4 hour race or so. I mean, that's doable. It's just under one every 2 laps, because it's nearly one every 2.5 laps or so incident that you can accumulate. There'll be a lot of cars that will have accumulated 4 incident points before they even reach the start line of this race. But certainly things are getting into a bit of a rhythm now, isn't it? So yeah, these drivers now just at the pace of the race now, and knowing what do we need out of this one.
Top 3 have closed up in the GTO class, so now Lone Bobber Racing find themselves well and truly in the draft train. We'll keep an eye out on how those drivers pick and choose their fights in the still relatively early runnings of this race. Jacob Reed has been very, very patient, and you know, they say it so often in the real world, traffic gives and traffic takes. It's given back to Aaron Lopez. The lead margin now back up to 4 seconds after a couple of slip-ups through traffic for those behind, being patient, losing some time. But ultimately, still very much with the 6 retirements that we had from the lap 1 chaos, no one joining them in the last handful of laps. Everyone else still running relatively cleanly out there. Check back in. Fight for 6th position, Obsidian Racing on the charge.
It's always good to see a team on the charge, team trying to push forward at this stage, and yeah, fiercely forward. With Obsidian, with Locked In Racing as well. So a close fight for those at that 6th place, but Luis Nunez right now, he'll be looking in his rearview mirror and thinking, okay, I'm still ahead of them though, that's the main thing, but he'll be looking forward and going, more Audis to get by.
We saw Luis Nunes compete in the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series last year, so he's got fair experience of what downforce is meant to be like. That is Wiskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry off the track at the exit of the carousel. I'm not quite sure what's happened to them. I did note that they had been involved in an incident down at turn 1. Paul, let's take a look at what happened.
Oh, touching the grass, into the gravel. I know the Audi was from Rally Technology, but this car isn't designed for that. Just drifted onto the grass, into the gravel, then carries on at turn 1. See if anything happened down there.
Oh, he's having technical issues, I think.
Yeah, that does look like technical issues.
So, pulls to the side, keeps himself out of trouble. Best thing you can do in that sort of a situation. He returns to pit lane. That might add to the retirements, unfortunately, as traffic once again flies past the leaders. Got to be careful if you're Michael Polishek. Another one's inserted itself up the inside. He goes out wide, opens the door, and guess what? Leader's got an advantage now. 1 second the gap, and it's going to hopefully continue to grow if you are Fabian Scheisseg, but you lose out through turn 6, pushed out wide, and Polishek closes back up.
Oh, big moment for one of the prototypes going through the traffic there, and even bigger one in the hurry downs. Fiercely Forward have had issues.
And that was Sean Campbell that made that mistake. So again, remember, these are good drivers that are making what seemingly are small mistakes, but with big consequences often. Marcos Nunes just about holds on to the car. Paul, if you needed any indication just how much power goes through the rear wheels on these Nissans, there you are.
I think it was the brakes that caught out Nunes there of the car in front. So this is where you've got to have that heads-up driving. You've got to be looking forward in all of this and anticipating what's happening. Let's have a look then. So this is trying to go around the outside of Polishek, and going onto the grass isn't the best idea in all of that. And then look behind as we go through. Oh yeah, it was the Audi, the number 11 that just got on the brakes, Lone Bobo Racing. And that's why Nunes had to get on the brakes, took to the grass, hit the wall as well. So they'll be hoping that they haven't done too much damage to that vehicle.
He might have got a hit from behind from Trek Sim as well, unfortunately. So that might have just compounded the pain. What's happened to WR Brazil, the 75? Oop, there you go. There's an indication of the 750-odd horsepower through the rear tires. Just damage to the front, though. Everyone else scampers on past, and I think he's able to head to pit lane and get some of that damage repaired. So, lap 15, we're getting to about halfway through the fuel window for many of these drivers. Starting to see some mistakes as the mental fatigue, maybe, Paul, starts to set in.
If they're having mental fatigue now, having to deal with these beasts, what they're going to be like at the end of 124 laps. They're going to be spent, some of these drivers, if that's the case. They're a car that forces you to concentrate. Like this Nissan, you've got to try and keep that turbo spooled up so you don't have what you saw there, which is amazing turbo lag of nothing power. And it's just so easy to lose control of this car. So you've got to keep that turbo spooled, but you've also got to try and keep the minimum speed, minimum apex speed of this car to keep those aerodynamics pushing the tyres into the asphalt.
You can see iRacing's 3D grass off on the side. This is a track that iRacing's had for many a year, but they've spruced it up graphically on occasion. It's looking great now compared to when I first started commentating a handful of years ago, as is much of the sim, to be fair. And the one thing that, Paul, you commented on before we went on air that we don't have today, the rain that has inflicted some of the previous iRacing special events that we've had, and none of that here today. Dry running for the drivers, which, given some of the struggles that we've seen so far today, might not be the worst thing in the world, as here comes a taker onto pit lane. Now, is this a scheduled stop?
No, that's the damage. He's not got the mechanical warning flag. You can see how slow this pit lane speed limit is at 45 miles an hour, but that'll be to do with the damage. Might as well take new rubber as well. So yeah, that's That, I think, is unplanned, unfortunately, for Fiercely Forward from that incident down at the Hurry Downs. But could you imagine these prototypes with pouring down rain? And remember, in the 80s, they used to race in a lot worse conditions than what's acceptable now.
I was watching the Battle on the Bricks from last year, which 6 hours at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's going to be cut to 2 hours and 40 next year in the IMSA schedule in the real world, shifting the 6-hour race, the Michelin Endurance Cup race, over to Road America. Torrential rain, and I was just seeing the hybrids struggling, Paul, to get some of their power down on occasion. I can't even imagine. You were talking about, keeping the turbo spooled up with these cars, a totally different sort of a challenge, but that's what they dealt with, and they tended to go racing in a lot worse of conditions than we do in modern motorsport, where we do have a tendency to red flag things when visibility gets bad for safety reasons, of course, but these drivers often did not have that luxury. Paul, you called out, by the way, that Lone Bobber Racing involved in the incident that saw Marcos Nunes get a bit of damage on the number 9 Nissan GTP. He's now dropped back a couple of seconds from the top 2 as he's got all that work to do once again.
I think that was just that cycle of traffic coming through has just caused him to drop back a little bit. And I will say, when you come around this track with dealing with traffic, the worst part to deal with traffic is out of turn 6 down to the Hurry Downs, because it's pretty much one line through turn 6 and 7, and then you've not got long to go down to the Hurry Downs at turn number 8. So it is a tricky part to try and negotiate the traffic. So you try and aid those GTPs to go by if you're in these GTOs, but certainly that wasn't part of the plan for Bogdan.
46 machines started this race. First retirement was defending GTP race winner, Core Sim Racing, but Impulse Racing, they've retired in the GTO class. BP56, Liam Nissan, Writer Engineering, Rising Panda, Greener Pastures, all watching from the sidelines, and I think now joined by WR Brazil and Team Noah Eder. So as Lone Bobo get back past, or attempt to get past Glacier Racing, remember that car is one lap down the 42. The 11 closing back on the leaders at the front of the field. Keep an eye out on them. So Marcos Nunes spent 31 seconds. He's back out on track, happy to report. So we have 23 of the Nissans still running, 14 of the GTOs, make that 13, excuse me, after Wiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry's incident. Harry Fox, that technical issue, saw him pulled off the track. Still some pretty great conditions to go out racing, Paul. We haven't touched on those actual conditions. There you go. Relatively warm track temperature with some blustery winds as well.
Yeah, the winds weren't a bit too bad for these cars, I suppose. They're not as aerodynamically sensitive as modern machinery is, so I think they're not quite as affected by those winds as, say, modern hypercars and GTPs would be. But certainly they will feel a little bit of the effects. Depends on the direction of the wind, actually, as to how they'll feel that. Because right now it's a westerly wind, so that's a crosswind down the start and finish straight. If that was, say, like a headwind down the start and finish straight, you would see a little bit more drafting going on, as we've got drama for 07 Racing. They've had issues
and not
there. I can see on my track map.
Not just 07, that was Team Jacob Reed bobbling through Bill Mitchell Bend. Yano Cox been off the track as well, and your race leader has suddenly had his race gap balloon up to a full 6 seconds now. So Paul, there's something happening that's giving your race leader a little bit more clean air, and let's take a look at this. Oh no.
Somewhere I can sense Connery Maddock right now is having an absolute fit at that rejoin. That, I'm sorry, is inexcusable. That is, and I'm going to say pathetic, is that rejoin. You do not rejoin a racetrack at 90 degrees to the racetrack. Now, he may well have got involved in an instant with somebody else. He's got onto, yeah, there's contact with the GTP from behind. You have a rush of blood to your head, but there's absolutely no excuse in doing this.
And I'm afraid to say that is one of the silliest things that I think I have ever seen. We were talking about the start pole being one of the worst starts you've ever seen. That's unfortunately one of the silliest things that I've ever seen, as much as, like you say, we can all understand the rush of blood to the head and just not checking the F3 box that iRacing gives you, which is very different from the real world where you don't get that ability to check that information.
And that's it. You've no excuses for that, absolutely not. Jacob Reed's now on pit road having to get repairs done. That spoiled us a potential fight for a podium spot right there. Fiercely Forward, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed this, have had to head onto pit road again, as there's been more drama down through the kink. I can see on my track map, car 25 at a standstill.
Get a look at the replays. That's one of the GTOs. The Fiercely Forward car sitting in pit lane is at least not the one that was just in pit lane. It was Luis Nunez, not Marcos Nunez, that has headed down to the box. Just had to go and take a look at the timing screen to make sure that I was reading that correctly. Back over with your leaders, though. Front three closing up. Oh no, don't tell me it's more multi-class murder.
The kink is another one it's one line, and you've got to appreciate, if you're in that GTP, that Audi in front, it understeers. It understeers a lot through those corners, and it hasn't got the grip that you have. You've got to adjust. You're the car overtaking in this situation. I mean, look at the risk that they're taking there. I know they're involved in a fight, and they're trying to stay with the cars in front, but I'm sorry, you can't just drive through another class of car.
That was Andre Castro, and I'll agree with you. That was a bit uncalled for. I've seen some comments in the chat about some of our viewers talking about driving standards on iRacing. Unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that they're referring to, right? The willingness, or rather the lack of willingness, to recognize, Paul, that the throttle works in both directions. You can pin it to the floor, you can also lift off and stamp on the brake as well.
And don't get me wrong, I can appreciate that you're involved in your own fight, but this is a long race. It's a 124 lap race. It's 500 miles, if you want to say it that way. Yeah, there's plenty of time in this race. There's plenty of time. Other things are going to happen. You might get stuck in traffic at the wrong place now, but that will come back to you later on in the race. It's the nature of endurance racing, and for me, it shows a little bit of a lack of respect as well for those other cars. In my opinion, some of the best people for sim racing are those that will not just race and practice in their own car, but they'll try out the other cars and see, all right, they're going to struggle through these corners, and have that anticipation in the race.
Now, this is potentially, as we have more issues out through the final corner, Zami Oyer, or Oyer Zamaloa, who's driving the car, spins it out back towards the line, and he'll head to pit lane. Paul, you know this. I help run the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which we'll have more news about that coming shortly. So stay tuned to social media. As Den competition, Andre Castro, remember, he was involved in that little bit of contact with the Audi that we were just talking about. He's going to get to the inside, or look to the inside of Brandon Roseborough before backing out. Paul, before every race, I in our driver's briefing, I give a message, and I'll share it now because, I figure it's appropriate for anyone who's in the world of sim racing. When you're competing in a series like that, and I think top split of a special event is in a similar sort of a situation as well, but you put yourself in a position where you are responsible for ensuring not just the safety of your car, but the success of the race as well. So when you do things like that, it doesn't reflect well. And so, it would be nice if some of these drivers had that same mentality as well at the start of the races. We go back to lap one. You called out the GTOs, some of them not, yellow flags. They could have potentially slowed up a little bit earlier, avoided piling into the situation. Similar sort of thing with the spun Audi that we just saw, the unfortunate rejoin. It's on both sides as well, right? We're not picking on one class. We're not picking on any specific driver. It's just, again, racing is an emotional thing, and sometimes in the world of sim racing, when you don't have those physical senses which actually help quell some of that emotion, everything becomes a little bit more heightened, and so it's even harder to just quiet yourself down momentarily.
GTO, let's look at positivity. GTO lead, Lone Bobo have come into second place. So Michael Polishek deciding that, or maybe didn't decide, we had it decided for him, he's dropping down to third place right now.
I think he's quite happy, sitting here, saving some fuel. Let's just listen. I mean, he's saving for a good 50, 100 meters before they even get down to what is annoyingly called turn 3 on the track maps here.
Yep, he's happy. He's in a comfortable place right now, and yeah, he's planning the long game, and this is exactly it. But the thing is, if you're Lone Bobo Racing, why don't you move forward? You're getting yourself into a position where you can compete and be up there at the front of the field.
I will also just point out, someone else has said this in our iRacing chat, this does not reflect the IMSA vintage running that they usually have on the weekends. We don't have too many of those drivers in our field right now. We have a couple of them, yes, but this is maybe a few more unfamiliar names and faces to the car. So if you're wondering, if you're thinking about, you know, entering this series a little bit more regularly, don't be dissuaded by this, I hope. And just maybe think about how cool these cars are, and hopefully jump in and enjoy your own running of the race, because there is a great community around these cars, and it would be a shame for you to be dissuaded by some of the things that you are seeing on your screen right now. And Paul, I will also say this, you know, during our Daytona 24 coverage, our iRacing Sebring 12-hour coverage this year, I've said this same refrain, but I often call the GTP class going to pass, LMP2 let me pass, and GTD going to die. So it's not like even in the big special events that we always have totally clean driving standards. Just the nature of multi-class racing, especially with the speed differential that you have, you're always going to have some incidents here and there.
Yeah. I mean, you even see it in the world of real full metal racing, that you do get some silly incidents. I mean, I can remember a couple of years back in the British GT Championship, a car rejoining the track at 90 degrees at Beckett at Silverstone. You know, one of the most tricky parts of the track, and it caused a massive accident with that one. That was a huge incident. And it does happen in the world of full metal racing as well. It's not just a sim racing thing, say like dodgy rejoins and things like that, but they don't have some of the things that we have in the sim world. And you said it, in iRacing, it gives you a F3 box, an on-screen display that shows you where cars are coming up to you as your race leader onto pit road. Now, this is a planned pit stop.
So we have about 3 hours left in terms of time remaining in this race, and 23 laps complete. Aaron Vasquez, as many will know him by, followed into the lane by Andre Castro in Den Competitions 88, Locked In Racing, Apex Racing as well, but there's a handful of cars, including the #1 Grid and Go machine, with Jarno Cox still at the controls, going out there and getting another lap in terms of strategy. Paul, remember, this is not a time-limited race like some of our other endurance special events are. No, instead, it is lap-based. So if you're in that fastest class, you know exactly how many laps you're going to do across the running of the race.
Yeah, it's not a race where you're having to think or worry about the race going one lap longer, is it? You're not having to do the count back. It's very much at the start of the race, you're deciding what's the strategy. You know what fuel burn you've been getting through your practice. So it's a case of, right, what do we do in all of this? Do we just absolutely brim the car and go as long as possible, or do we take a lap or two worth and try and balance the pit stops throughout the race so that we've got a quicker car overall? It's that balancing act that you've got to do. So yeah, it's going to be intriguing how strategy plays out in this one.
There was a 7-second or so difference between the two drivers, the two teammates, before they headed into this pit stop cycle. That was very well judged by Jarno not to overcommit at the top of the crest. Remember, that pit entry is very, very deep. In the real world, in IndyCar, they use a multi-stage pit entry where you slow down to one speed, then slow down to another. Here, no, you've got no aids to enjoy, and it's all up to your right foot to keep it under control. Sean Campbell's going to extend one additional lap, so despite what was a struggling start to this race, he's going to at least lead at the end of lap number 25, Paul. Beast Racing seemingly, potentially, could go as well. Everyone else, though, is headed off to pit lane. 3 machines already rolling down the lane.
Grid and Go trying to get all of the cars to have at least one lap led. Is that the plan here? It'll look good for the sponsors. Yeah, all the cars, they led at one point. Now, Sean Campbell is obviously got the lightest touch of the throttle for that Grid and Go car, the number 70. The only car that's actually correctly numbered in this server. I'm just going to throw that out there because we like to throw shade on teams that put a car number in their team name but then don't match the car number to the name.
There goes the number 71, who's actually the 2 through to what will be the net race lead. Still waiting for the 69, who is actually the 1. To be released off and away. There was a driver change. Niels van Handels jumped into the TrekSim.com number 16. There goes... Interesting. Brandon Roseborough before Jarno Cox. So we have had Jarno stay stationary for 64 seconds. He's come out right alongside of Lone Bobo Racing, and Moldovan's had to give him that space and open up the entry, the exit through the corner. Den Competition have got Jaden Conright now behind the wheel, and so here comes the pressure. Jarno Cox going to be fired up, maybe with 4 fresh tires as well, Paul. What's he going to do? Down to turn number 5.
Here we go then. Fresh rubber, cold rubber, don't forget as well. So you've got to get those tyres up to temperature and pressure as Sean Campbell comes onto pit road while we look at this. But right now, Grid and Go getting that place back then from Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, and up into that 3rd spot.
I actually got to meet some of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing teammates at Daytona. They had a crew full of about 20 of them hanging out in the grandstands. Always cool to see some of these sim racing teams that go out there and make sure to meet up and celebrate their friendship in the real world as well. Pit stop times can be seen on the left side of the screen, and Paul, look how different we really do have between groups and teams of drivers here. Within Grid and Go, you've got the 64-second stop and the 47-second stop. Obsidian were only stationary for 40 seconds as we're locked in. Fiercely Forward, 30 seconds. And lots of teams electing for different strategies around 3 hours left to go.
And Beast Racing, just keep on going on their car. Amazing, really, that they're able to go so much longer than everybody else. Yeah, and again, we talked about it, didn't we? Strategy is going to be such a big key thing to discuss in this race, and GTO, we're going to be waiting a little while longer for those to head onto pit road. But at least in GTO, we've got 3 cars all together, all fighting it out. In GTP, that big gap to the Grid and Go number 2 car out there at the net lead of the race, because they're only 8 seconds behind the current race leader. Sean Campbell, though, 8th place, looking at that Jaden Conright car of the Den Competition, number 88 GTP in front, so working forward here.
Jaden, who is racing this year in the world of IMSA in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Championship, so keep an eye out for him whenever IMSA rolls around to an exciting race week. Jack Wells has finally, by the way, brought the Beast Racing number 13 in after a mammoth 26 lap stint, so that's the edge of the fuel tank window for the Nissan GTP. Here comes GTO. Wonder if they're due for their pit stop in probably around another 4 laps, I would assume. So touching on 30 lap stints. someone in the chat pointed out something I was about to point out as well, which is if Sean Campbell continues on this strategy, Paul, I'm pretty sure he's going to be up towards the front, challenging his teammates in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shout indeed. I mean, he's just finished one lap of his stint. Compare that to his teammates who currently are, what, lap 4 of their stint, lap 3 of their stint. So, yeah, we could have one heck of a race on towards the end of this one with how things go here. But still, GTO race lead pretty close, considering what we saw at the start of the race, how decimated the field was. It was only just the front two who seemed to work their way through cleanly, and then everybody else got caught up somehow in all of the shenanigans at the start of the race. But it's great to see 3 at the front pushing on. And TSRC Esports, I'm going to mention him, Kieran Sharp, because I race against Kieran in some of the TSRC series on a Friday evening, and we'll be starting again with GTEs. We're going with the GTEs in a couple of weeks' time, so I'm looking forward to being absolutely humbled in that series. But TSRC up in 4th place, and they're in touching distance of the race leaders.
It's a different sort of vintage racing at this point, is GTE, isn't it?
God, I feel so old.
I know. Paul, you want to know the crazy thing is I had an iRacing account before the GTE cars, but it was the GTE released just before Le Mans when they had the Ferrari and the Ford. When iRacing used to have that 24-hour trip through the French countryside. That's what got me back into iRacing. I posted on Reddit and I found a teammate. I found 2 teammates, one of whom I never talked to again. The other one became such a good friend.
Oh, there's a story.
There's a story there that I'm not allowed to say on air. But the other one's become such a good friend that he lives in Denmark. He flew to Daytona for the first time last year. I met him in person for the first time last year. And earlier this year, we decided 7 days before Daytona, you know what, let's do it again. So he flew out again and we saw each other. So again, just the joys of the iRacing special event and the GTE cars in particular, in my mind, the friendships that you can truly make.
I've met up with I actually won a championship that we show on RaceSpotTV, the World GT Championship. Won the Amateur Teams Championship in GTE cars in the Porsche RSR, and that was the last time I actually was a winner in a championship. So that tells you that was a while ago. Was that one? I think about 2019 was that, and we met up as a team at a karting event, which unfortunately it was a 24-hour karting event at Milton Keynes, and I couldn't take part because I got very, very, very ill.
Aww. Was it a fun karting track at least?
I did some laps the night before in very greasy conditions, having never driven a kart on slick tyres, rental karts on slick tyres in greasy conditions. I was following Team Redline's Josh Thompson in the practice session, and I know that he's done a bit of karting, so I was right, I'll follow him, see what he does. Get behind him, down the straight, go into a fast right-hander, and he goes straight on. so, yeah, I won't follow him then.
Well, lesson learned, never trust Josh Thompson. I'll also say we've just had our first black flag in today's race as Blitz Motorsport have been given their instructions to return to pit lane. Jaden Conright's lost a whole bunch of time, but before we go ahead and take a look at that replay, we're keeping an eye out on what is a 4-car choo-choo train right now for second place. But I think there's lots of fuel saving going on from all these drivers. So let's go back. Start of the race, Paul. Some may not have seen this. This is how we got the 500 miles underway.
Wasn't really a great way to get the race underway, as the core car got caught up and then got contact from behind, and it was absolute carnage for the back half of your GTPs. The problem is that the GTOs were then coming along and they had to work their way hard onto the brakes, contact. Many of the GTOs getting wiped out in all of that action at the start of the race as well. Barney had a tough day in the office, and that was right at the very start of the race.
You know what, Barney? You were slacking, my friend. Where is that yellow flag?
But you just see cars scattered across the track and Audi drivers coming at it 100%, not avoiding or not taking into account the issues that were happening in front, and that was the big incident that really set the stall for a few drivers here today.
That's how things started, hopefully not how things will end. Jarno Cox just got past John Babineau in the locked-in racing number 17. And remember, Jarno, the longest of the pit stop takers in the opening sequence of the race. So 64 seconds for him. Shortest pit stop of the drivers up in the top 5 at least was 40 seconds. So he spent a good 24 seconds longer than anybody else. You remove that from the pit stop time, he finds himself 5 seconds off the race lead. We've got a lot to figure out in terms of strategy. We won't figure it out until the end. Speaking of strategy, still yet, Paul, for the Audis, the Quattros to head down to pit lane, and Michael Polishek has been doing a sterling job of saving that fuel, now in 3rd position.
So we're what, lap 30 for the leaders right now. These guys are on lap 26 here. Just get the feeling that Polishek, in looking after his fuel, has also been looking after his tyres. I think he just seems to have a little bit more now than the cars in front. Making some moves in this one, potentially here. I will say that the car behind, that's not for position, that's Glacier Racing, lap down after getting involved in that lap 1 incident, but certainly keeping up with the pace of the race leaders, and it's a case of Juhani coming and thinking, oh, what could have been?
They qualified 3rd. They got caught up on the incident that you just saw the replay of at the initial onset of the race, the start. After that, it's been very impressive for them. They got straight back out there and got back to the task at work. It's a proper endurance racing spirit that we often don't get to talk too much about in the world of iRacing special events. This is what happened, by the way, to Jaden Conroy, and why a Den competition have lost some ground. It's through Bill Mitchell Bend. Ooh, that's nervous.
And that's what happens when you try and go around the outside of a recovering GTP car. So that car's going a lot slower than normal, but then understeers, and it's very difficult to get 2 cars too wide through Bill Mitchell Bend, and fortunately keeps it out the wall.
Now, does something else happen as well? Because he's
I think so.
Slipped off the track once, but that... Oh, yep, nope.
Dirty tyres, that's what it'll do to you. You know, you go offline, you pick up the rubber, and then you go off track. You've got all that dirt and debris from the grass and the gravel. You've got to be careful, and this car, it bites.
Yep, absolutely. Kevin Tombers brought the Looking for Race Friends GTO entry into pit lane. So I thought lap 30 or so for the Nissans would be where the window opened. It's lap 27 for the Audis right now. So are we going to see Paceworks and Lone Bobo, who have not had the same opportunities to fuel save as GeForce Racing and the defending race winner Michael Polishek, will his competitors be off to the pit box this time by? That will leave 45 just alongside of Glacier Racing for a handful more laps. Remember, it's a 4-mile track, so if you are doing fuel saving, something where you might save 1 lap of fuel. If you save 2 laps of fuel, 3 laps of fuel, like we saw from Beast Racing and Grid and Go in the GTP class, is something that really starts to reshape the complexion of the race. So through the final corner, who pits off on the right-hand side? None of the leaders. They stay out there and back to the line.
But this illustrates a problem that these leaders or these Audis might have, is if GTPs, which by the way, great fight for 3rd place going on here, Grid and Go getting themselves to the inside of turn 1, but compromised on the exit of turn 1 there. But that's a problem that the GTOs are going to face. Ooh, that was a bit ambitious there from Locked In Racing, and that's cost them down this next straight. But when you come out of that last corner for those Audis, remember those Audis, they understeer through the corner, so they're going to be right out to the left-hand side of the last corner. if you're then wanting to move into pit road, you've got to come all the way across the road. There's bang, bang, bit of paint swapping going on down there in turn 4. Dearie me.
Well, it doesn't matter if you go around the outside or the inside, it turns out, if you overcommit to the corner. And so Kevin Tomba, straight out of pit lane in the Looking for Race Friends number 48, gets tagged by John Babineau's aggression up through turn 6, and Locked In Racing grabbed 4th, but at the expense of an Audi.
Well, that's one less friend to have there to go racing with. Yeah. Again, you're seeing a bit of lack of respect and a bit of desperation from some drivers who are trying to stick with a quick car in front of them that they're racing against. And it's that desperation. You've just been involved in a fight. That Audi, you're coming from an absolute mile back there. I'm sorry, but that is shocking. No respect for that driver there.
I mean, you've got Jarno in front, and so there's a clear distinction between the entry speed of the two prototypes, one in front of the Audi, the one that's behind that does the tagging. Yeah, that's a slight overcommitment, unfortunately, and Kevin Tomba feels the pain. I did note as well, Glacier Racing have been off the track, and it happened at a place, Paul, where if you go off the track here, ask Catherine Legg what can happen when you're off track and into the gravel and into the wall. That is about as close to disaster as you can come without any sort of damage.
I think that they've had to deal with damage already in this race as well of Glacier, so they've been sat there and going, oh no, not again. But here we go then. Pit stops and G-Force Racing. They stay out there. Michael Polacek doing the job.
And so tyres going on to the Audis for Paceworks, for Lone Bobo, and for Iona Yacht, who are into the box. There is your race-leading machine. I've got to say, Paul, you commented on the liveries at the onset of the race, and I've avoided talking about them for about an hour. That is one of my favorite liveries that I think I've seen, not in sim racing, but definitely in sort of this vintage era. You can see the Camel GT website on the front as well. This is a true commitment to the car.
And it shows that it's somebody who races the car regularly, is somebody who loves racing the car, and they've taken the time to really style that car out and make it look good. So yeah, fantastic to see. Mind you, that Audi Quattro, it's the works colours. You love seeing that as well. As a rally fan, I love seeing those Audi Works colours.
It's true. Paul and I have commentated on the iRacing Rallycross Championship in the past together as well, so we have a certain soft spot for four-wheel drive machines that have a fondness for grass, gravel and dirt. Unfortunately, it's not the sort of racing that we want to see from this particular Audi here today. Keep it on the tarmac and keep it on the straight and narrow. So a couple of tenths between the drivers as they roll off of the lane, but a pretty equal pit sequence for the both of them in their fight for the lead. Michael Polacek only gets one additional lap, only 4 additional miles from the fuel tank, and off comes the race leader, the pole sitter, into pit lane.
It all adds up though, doesn't it? Towards the end of the race, 1 lap now means enough later on at the next pit stop cycle and keep that going. You might get 1 lap extra potentially out of these cars of both classes, because remember, at the start of the race we had a full pace lap, so you won't have burnt a full lap's worth of fuel of race pace fuel usage, but you will have burnt some fuel that affects your pit stop cycle at this first pit stop. Key thing for people at home to keep an eye on as the two Audis continue the everlasting fight here. They're trying to keep that pace up because of the fact that Michael Polacek is on pit road right now and should be getting underway in about 8 seconds.
And so let's ride on board as the G-Force Racing 45 waits for the instruction that the fuel has been packed into the car, and he only needs 47.2 seconds, so it's a slightly shorter stationary time. These cars don't have pit limiters though, so it's all going to be the question of how well Polacek has judged the right foot how much pressure he applies on that throttle to get him to pit road speed. He's going to see the speed around the outside, though, from the drivers already with tires up to temperature. But look at the margin that he's got behind him. Back to the race lead. 2 seconds of advantage. It's defending race winner. It's pole sitter, Michael Polishek.
And the thing is, he had those 3 GTPs, but he's now got to get those tyres up to temperature and pressure, whereas the 2 behind him are already up there. So if I'm those 2, second and third place, they're about, what, 1.8 seconds back. They're not quite in slipstream space. Polishek's got a decision to make now. Does he just work to his fuel number and keep on working that way, or does he see this as an opportunity to get a gap at the front and to then be able to work to a fuel number?
We'll keep an eye on that gap. We will, without a shadow of a doubt, but for the time being, flick our attention back over to fights in the GTPs. Grid and Go's race leading machine still enjoys what is a 28-second buffer over Obsidian Vintage, but Gio Cortese is on the charge, and so here and there he's catching some tenths. It's going to be the question of really strategy towards the end, and the car, the machine that many are going to be keeping an eye on strategy-wise after going 3 laps longer in the first sequence of pit stops. You can hear him saving some fuel as well. Sean Campbell up to 6th position. At one point was as low down pole in this race as 14th.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, that sometimes the tortoise does win the race here from the very start. All about that long game in a 500-mile race, and Sean's doing a good job for the team in Grid and Go, but could be a little bit concerned at being at 40 seconds back. But as was pointed out, that pit cycle keeps on going with that fuel saving. He should be up there fighting.
The GTOs, the drafts now starting to feed over to pace work, so that's going to give a chance to close a little bit more. Maybe Michael Polishek's going to start thinking about just preserving the gap that he has. Flick back over to the replay machine. That's the night. Whoa! Wow. That's the 951 into the wall at the kink.
Now that was assisted, without a doubt. Let's see. Oh!
Can we stop going around? Can we not go around an Audi through the kink? I'm not going to say inside or outside. Let's just not do anything around an Audi through the kink.
Again, have a bit of patience. I want to see how close was that GTP. Are you coming in? It's coming in at pace. The thing is, they're too far back. I mean, great reactions to not hit the GTP. The problem is it's then sent him into the wall. It's just asking too much. That closing speed, yeah.
The Audi's got to turn in at some point, right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
I don't want to make it seem like we're digging into some of the incidents that we're seeing to the drivers, but it's just misjudgments, and maybe it comes down to, once again, lack of experience in these particular cars, and not just their closing speed, Paul, but you called it out earlier, right? The fact that the Audi, for example, it always, with its four-wheel drive, is going to wash out on corner exit as Locked-In Racing and Hydra Race Geodesic swap around up to turn number 1. The fact that the cars race differently than the LMP2s, the GTPs, and the GTDs of the modern time may be catching some of the drivers with less experience out.
I always say that, car 31, that's Jacob Reed, is having more trouble out there. And that's a tyre wall.
How do you even bury yourself there? Michael Polishek, by the way, getting bumped by Paceworks, but around the outside for the first time today, it's going to be Lone Bobo Racing and Bogdan Moldavan that takes the lead in the GTO class.
And look at that, Polishek pulls right in behind the Glacier car, getting fuel saving done once again. I always equate to the Nürburgring 24 hours. Right, you've got your GT3s, you've got your Porsche Cup cars. One of the cars, though, car types, is TCR that you have in that race. And they drive completely differently to pretty much everything else that's out there. And the amount of times that you've got GT3 drivers trying to overtake around the outside of TCR cars, which are front-wheel drive, which understeer. And the amount of times that accidents happen because there isn't that appreciation of the differences and the variations in how the different cars drive. We're seeing that here today as well. And I hate to labour this, but it's just a matter of fact, isn't it? When seeing drivers who are not used to how those other cars drive, and this is why I say some of the best drivers will actually spend an hour or so, you don't need to spend too long, in the other category of car to go, oh right, this is where they're not quite as strong. I've got to be wary around these points of the track.
GSRC will have coverage of the IMSA Vintage Series that kicks off in a couple of hours' time. Problem is, I think, that we'll still be on the air, so don't go flick the channels just yet. But again, if you want a more accurate illustration of what these cars race like on a week-to-week basis, go and watch them. Locked in Racing, locked in battle with Hydra Race once again, and Brandon Roseborough tries to commit the long way around, but it does not work. He does not have the mechanical grip underneath him, so John Babineau slides his way forward. Marcus Nunez, Sean Campbell, they've joined the party as well. It's a 5-car queue that now locks up behind 4th position, and all these drivers are really doing is costing themselves time right now. Since Sean Campbell left pit lane, he's lost around 10 seconds, I would estimate, to your race leader, being involved in some of these queues and some of these battles as well. So keep yourself out of these trouble spots and you might be in a decent position. Speaking of trouble spots though, Paul, here's what happened to Jacob.
So, he's coming up round Bill Mitchell Bend, everything's fine here. He's going to the outside. Oh, that's the Glacier car. And the Glacier car's come across. He's committed as Jacob. Now, how close was he when he's committing here? That Glacier car, I mean, that Glacier car's going full speed, let's not forget. And
so
great.
I will one more look at this, because Paul, there's one thing that I want to draw attention to, which is
the Glacier car goes off.
Yes, right here, it's the rejoin, right? It bobbles on the grass. I don't want to say that, again, it's not intended by the Glacier Racing entry, but I think that is probably just part of the issue. Here's the look on board.
Run wide over the grass.
It looks so innocent.
Yeah, I think he does try and leave space, but it's not enough space that's been left. I think that's the problem. I will say, when you've got a mixture of these cars, prototypes, especially into slower corners, so like turn 6 there, they don't have the greatest of mechanical grip. It's just a fact, it's just the nature of how these cars, especially ground effect cars, you want those cars as stiff as possible to get the best ground effect possible. Diving into a corner, into a slower corner on a slower class car is not the way for those prototypes to do it. It's corner exit. Line them up so that you then get them on corner exit. That's what they should be doing here. And we see it not just in this race, but in other special events where you've got that multi-class racing between the GTP, the more modern your hybrid GTPs and GT3, for example.
Might see Marcos Nunez off to pit lane this time by. Oh, as in front of him, Brandon Roseborough's gone around, and somehow the traffic will go either side of him. The sea's parting like Moses. Nunez is off to pit lane as Roseborough gathers things up and has to regather his composure as well. Back off to turn 1, Sean Campbell's now being gifted 5th position, and Niels van Handel right behind his gearbox off to the opening corner.
Change of underpants needed for several drivers there as well. That was a dramatic moment, to say the least. Let's have a look back at this one. So Bill Mitchell Bend claims a victim, and it's a tank slapper, and then nothing you can do there. Holds the brakes as best as he can, kept it as straight as he can, so the car was predictable. Didn't try sort of steering one way or the other, just kept it going, locked on the brakes in a straight line. Look at that tank slapper, away it goes. And that is pretty much how you behave. You don't try and get out of people's way, you be predictable.
And Sean Campbell has actually let Niels van Handel slide past into 5 as well. So I think, again, it's that mentality, right? We're seeing fuel saving from Campbell, but it's also keep himself out of trouble. He lost positions on the race start, dropped as low as 12th at one point. But he's kept himself in contention, which is all you can really do. He's kind of helping Paul and I hammer home the point of what we more typically would want to see from the drivers, and Sean Campbell could be someone on strategy that at the end of this race we expect could be a contender. We might have some driver changes upcoming, by the way, because I have seen some drivers jumping into the session. So Aaron Lopez, in the leading grid and go entry might be swapped out with Sven Haase in the next sequence of pit stops. I can tell you, though, that Jarno Koch, his teammate in the number 1, is doing this race solo and by himself. So inside the grid and go camp, some drivers electing, Paul, that 3 and a bit odd hours sounds like a good time in the Nissan.
If I was the grid and go team boss, I'd encourage as many people as possible to do the race. So you could have as many grid and go cars at the front of the field as possible. That would really help the team. That'd be a heck of a photo, wouldn't it, if you had like 4 or 5 cars all at the front of the field together. That's a photo from the scrapbook. But yeah, they're certainly doing a good job. And Sven, I mean, Sven Haase is one of those, shall we say, divisive drivers. Mm-hmm. But you cannot deny how incredibly quick he is. When he is in the right frame of mind, unbelievably quick is Sven. It's just finding one of those days where he's actually in the right frame of mind.
It's going to be interesting to see him with this, slightly different machine. We've often seen him, much like with Jarno, in sports cars, right? GT3 in particular. So add some downforce. He's in a different situation, which might actually help him, right? He's used to being the slower class. He's used to having to make way. Now he's the faster class. He understands, that pressure of always fearing, looking in the mirrors and being worried about prototypes. So maybe he'll be able to use it to his advantage. What I will say, Paul, is we've been so focused on some of those other storylines that we really have not looked at Aaron Lopez very much in the race leading entry. So he must have been navigating through traffic pretty well without any drama. He's kept himself for the most part out of trouble. We talked about 1 or 2 laps where he's lost some time. Looks like the right side of the car's got some light scrapes as well, but it's been a very solid, consistent effort so far from the leaders.
I think that's more just the tyre and debris dirtying the side of the car. From what we're seeing here on this one, it's been pretty much perfect for that vehicle at the front. Look at the amount of gravel that's getting dragged onto the track down at the Hurry Downs. That could be an important matter for a few of our drivers later on into this race, because that debris does accumulate off of the racing line. Same with tyre rubber as well. So it does have an effect on the level of grip that the cars have if they do get that pickup on the tyres. But yeah, what a drive at the front at the moment. I mean, it's 38, going to be 39 laps led for Aaron Lopez.
It's just on strategy that he gave up the lead. This is the fight with TSRC, Kieran Sharp. Paul was mentioning the TSRC entry early. He's got Emil Bernstoff, who has he had the front end on that Audi at least slightly patched up? Doesn't look like it. He got that damage on the initial start of the race and has had to nurse that ever since. So he's been doing a pretty good job. Hasn't lost too much time to the leaders, and now using that draft to his advantage. Team Jacob Reed down on pit lane. So we're getting closer, Paul, to pit stops as well for the prototypes. Your race leader's 19 laps into the run. Second place is 21 laps into the run. And guess what? Gio Cortese, it's decided enough's enough. It's time for a new set of tires on that Nissan.
Yeah, pit stop time for the Obsidian vintage car. And they'll get themselves a new fresh set of boots. Will they get a fresh driver into the car as well? That's a big question in all of this. And through they go into their pit stall. And the number 8, well, they're doing it on their own, Gio Cortese. So it's going to be just fresh boots and a tank load of fuel for them.
and maybe a quick trip to the bathroom if he's got enough time to do that. Although for 4 hours, you think these drivers have got to try and hold it as best as they can. If you need a quick bathroom break, well, the pit stops upcoming for these drivers give you a chance to look away without missing too much of the action. But hopefully you'll be back in time after the pit stop cycle. We're going to show you that mini documentary about this Nissan that we're watching on our screen in front of us, the 1989 GTP ZX Turbo, about 10 minutes in length. Hopefully not too much action will be missed on track, but it is a must watch, and so we'll feature that. We'll feature the Audi slightly later on as well, but just to give you a bit of a tease of what will be to come here on the coverage. Back over to the GTOs though, Paul, as they go under that Corvette bridge. Lone Bobo Racing with that Glacier Racing entry now between them and second and third positions. Not breaking away, the gap slightly lying to the fact that draft is not being broken right now. But it's the first time, I think, today that we've seen that number 11 looking so confident at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's been loitering around about that 1 second mark between first and second place. The thing is, though, that with that Glacier car, I mean, you mentioned it, qualified third in class. Okay, got involved in the shenanigans on lap 1. But it's got the pace of the leaders, has that Glacier car. So even though it's a lap down, the leaders aren't losing any time through all of this. If you're Glacier, you're wanting to eventually get yourself unlapped so that if something does happen to one of these three drivers, you can hopefully make your way forward in this final part of the race. But lap 44 for your overall race leaders, you're lap 37. About to start lap 38 for these Audis.
We talked about their boxy shape, so distinctive, and a machine that has so many unique noises that iRacing did a great job of replicating. That is one thing that I think in general, so many unique cars have so many unique sounds, and that is one thing that sim racing can do such a great job of capturing for us, just to be able to listen to these engines being run at full tilt. Now, often, if you do go and watch historic racing, though, you might be lucky enough to hear a car turned up to full wick, but will it be the original engine? Maybe not. And in the case of certain festivals and stuff, I was at Wrenchbolt Reunion a couple of years ago, Paul, and they were running the current Porsche 963, but without its hybrid turned on. So, it sounded a bit different from the sounds that it would normally make on a race weekend.
I used to marshal rallying, forest rallying and single venue rallying in the UK here. And we used to do a lot of the historic rally championships. And one of the cars that was in there was Steve Perez's Lancia Stratos, which had the Ferrari V6 engine, and it was properly the Ferrari V6 engine. A lot of the Stratos that have been used in rallying more recently had a replacement engine. You got the full effect on that car, and my goodness, you could hear that echoing through the forest for a good minute and a half before it actually came to you. It was glorious, and it's just one of those things.
How scary.
It's just one of those things that you get with historic events that you can see. I mean, I'm still waiting for iRacing to have a word with Ferrari and get the Ferrari 412 for a Formula 1 car.
Please.
The V12 engine.
Please. I mean, there's so many historic cars that I really wish iRacing would add. But I know, it's a small niche community that gathers around some of these vintage cars. So my wishes, my dreams for a vintage car may never come true. That's traffic, by the way, that Lone Bobo Racing just dived up the inside through turn 3. Yes, it's turn 3. It's not turn 2. Don't know why we have to insist on calling it that. But anyway, next time we head through a corner, it's turn 5. So we've gone down a straight that's apparently not straight, and that's turn 4. Now we're into I'm going off on a tangent. Anyway, Paul, the race leader, is at most 2 laps away from entering pit lane, and a comment that I just saw in our YouTube chat Sean Campbell needs to be around 55 seconds within the race leader to be able to make this strategy work. We're not even halfway through this race. He's already 52 seconds off Aaron Lopez.
I think just with the pace that Aaron has got at the front, I think it's just that little bit too much. So I think that this strategy just might not work for Sean Campbell, but never say never. And there is still a long way to go in this race. So Sean, he'll still be working this one, and he'll be still trying to get this strategy to work. But right now, I just don't think it's quite working out as planned.
Curious if this was a strategy that he had to shift to after, dropping on that race start, or was it something that he'd always planned on doing, but just, the nature of fuel saving is you're lifting off very early into corners, right? And so at the start of the race, maybe just compromised a little bit too much, allowed a few too many sends from his fellow competitors, and that's what's put him in this position. But ultimately, Campbell is a driver that I've commentated on in basically every car that you can think of on iRacing. I've seen him in a Lotus 79. I've seen him in the modern prototypes in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. I've seen him in a GTD car in the IMSA Esports Global Championship as well. He is one of those adaptable talents that just likes the challenge of jumping between race cars, which kudos to those that can do it. I struggle to wrap my head around one single car, let alone all the different nuances that make up different race cars. Oh, that was a nervous moment for Niels van Handel out of the final corner.
Oh, and that's what that Nissan can do to you. It really can. And yeah, that was a big heart in mouth moment, but yeah, able to carry on. But yeah, Niels would have had his heart in his mouth at that point, thinking, no, please don't, please don't. Here we go, on board. How bad does it look from here? Onto the brakes, through turn 14, onto the power, and the back end was already... Do you know what? That looked really calm from inside the car. Didn't look that way outside.
Nope, it looked a lot more frenetic from the off-board camera angle that we had. The hands very, very calm, and maybe that's what you need to save it in moments like that. Although that line through turn 5 looked like he was a bit too quick on entry, but able to carry that speed pretty impressively through the corner. So Lopez into pit lane, as expected at the end of lap 23 for him. And there is Jarno Kok, currently sat in second. Love the flames, as I mentioned on the car for the number 1. Is he going to come into pit lane at what would be the end of 22 laps for him? He did have a slightly longer pit stop last time around.
Just got caught up behind our GTO leaders there, but did the right thing, just backed out of it into Canada corner and showed patience. That, again, is showing what the difference between the top drivers and who regularly race these top splits compared to some others who don't maybe know the intricacies of multi-class racing. So Sven Hasse jumps into the number 2 car, so change of driver, and I tell you what, I think Aaron has done a sterling job at the front, and yeah, deserves that little bit of a break.
And will it be a break to the end of the race? We're not quite at half distance, but we are near that point for sure. Next pit stop takes us just past the halfway mark for these Nissans. So will Sven stay to the end? Will Aaron jump back in? Or questions to be answered towards the checkered flag. There is the race leader, and with seemingly the rest of the field into pit lane, just the number 1 and the 70, and I'm assuming Beast Racing that are going to go long in this particular phase of the race. Sven Haas is off and away, and once again, clean air for him to get back up to speed.
Yeah, I think Beast Racing have still got about 3 laps or so in them in this one, but they're not really a competitor at the front of the field, but could come a little bit up the order towards the end, maybe getting ahead of Obsidian by the end of the race if they can keep that sort of gap that they've got right now for Beast. But certainly we're expecting Sean Campbell to go that little bit longer. We've been seeing from him, but the 69, well, I say 69, it's number 1 car. And yes, I did see Grid and Go commenting on the Twitch chat as well when I called them out for the wrong car numbers. Yeah, the Grid and Go car at the front of the field, peels off to the right-hand side, up into pit road. There's one advantage about this hill, though, at Road America, is when you're coming onto pit road, you can brake that little bit later to the pit lane speed limit.
What you call an advantage, I call lulling drivers into a speeding penalty because you always think it's going to help you a bit more than it will. I have unfortunately found that out the hard way. But yes, agree with you. You commit more, gravity works in your favor. In NTT IndyCar Series, as I mentioned slightly earlier, they have a multi-stage pit entry where you actually slow down first to one speed and then to another. Cock hits his marks. He's doing this race solo, so no driver change for him. Sean Campbell continuing to run out there on track. He is also doing this race solo, so there is going to be no driver change in the number 70. So Sven Haase now back to what is second on the road. You are right, Paul, that I think Beast Racing probably have another 3 laps left in them, but they are fighting a slightly different battle to what the grid and go machines are at the front of the field with this longer strategy of theirs. There could, though, still be the very high potential for a good top 10 finish for Jack Wells in this 13. He's sharing the machine with Henrik Schweiberg, who I did see in the chat earlier saying that Jack is a fuel-saving machine.
And showing as much as well, isn't he? He's doing a sterling job. There goes the number 1 car, then out of pit road. But yeah, that Beast Racing car, Jack Wells, yeah, he's got the lightest of touches in the throttle compared to someone like myself. Whenever I did one of these special events, it's been a few years since I've actually done a special event, people would always complain about my fuel usage. And it's not my fault that I've got a foot made of lead. So, yeah, it's how it is, unfortunately.
Well, the book of racing driver excuses, I'm sure we've all got our own. Fuel save.
Well, I mean, if we want to hear the full racing driver book of excuses, well, I'll tell you now. Actually, through years of rugby, I damaged the ligament to my ankles that many times that sometimes I can be, like, for example, the Dottinger along there, and I'll look down at the throttle trace, and my throttle isn't quite at 100%. It's damaged that much that you can't actually tell when you're at full throttle or not.
Gotcha. See, I have to do something similar during the Daytona 500, but that's not, unfortunately, because I've got a physical thing. That's just mainly because I get so bored during that race, Paul, that, you know, you'll get to the end of you're 400 miles in, and suddenly you're looking at your right foot. I thought I was full throttle. No, I'm not. I understand what you're saying. And at that point, what I do, because it's NASCAR, left foot over the right foot, 2 foot the throttle. Can't do that when you're driving at the Nordschleifer, unfortunately, can you? You can't do that if you're trying to save fuel either, apparently. Campbell's on to lap 24, Paul. So these are the laps where I think he's trying to be a bit quicker. He's giving up some of his lap time when he's stuck behind other machines, saving his fuel. So this is where we really get to see him release to the max. I'm expecting him to the lane, this time by.
Yeah, this is his 25th lap that he's on right now of this stint. So he's really getting the most out of that fuel cell, and call it a fuel cell. It's a fuel tank on these cars, very much a tank rather than a cell. Yeah, Sean Campbell doing a sterling job with that fuel save for the Grid and Go team, but I just don't know whether we'll have to wait and see, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough to make that strategy work. Comes out of the last corner onto pit road, and away he goes. And I just want to say as well, just noticed into the Twitch chat, good morning, Drew Adamson.
Oh, hello, boss. Producer at iRacing, who's also watching his teammates at Beast Racing go out there and compete. So, did they upload the livery? No, they did not. No. Oh no.
See, this is where, you know, you've got to pay attention for these broadcasts and see the instructions from the broadcasters.
There's a potential they didn't realize they were going to be in top split. Oh, Jack,
Yeah.
Don't go off the track when we're focused on you as well, because Drew's watching and is judging as well. Sean is now going to drop as a result of his pit stop. Let's figure out where he is going to drop to. Probably another 30 seconds stationary before he is off and away. There comes Gio Cortese, hunted down by Jarno Koch. This is now the fight for second position as they head back to the line, start the 51st lap of their race, and jinking out of traffic there, big time for Gio Cortese. Sean Campbell still another 10 seconds or so, so he might just be alongside of the likes of Locked In Racing and Trek Sim back off to turn number 1.
Still waiting there now, pulls away, and away he goes. So Nick Thiessen in the Trek Sim car goes by. Sean Campbell up to speed, but crucially comes out ahead of Jaden Conwright in all of that. So into 6th place, pretty much where it was for him. So yeah, Sean Campbell back to where he was, and back to this GTO field, which the leaders, they're not fighting each other. A lot of people will be looking at this saying, my goodness, what an incredible race at the front. Well, no, it's not. They're not fighting each other. They're all playing to a strategy. And you've just got to have patience. It'll be that last stint where you really see whether people go for it or not.
Let's listen in just very quickly to Michael Polishek here. Let's hear what he's doing with his right foot into the braking at Canada corner. I think we're going to hear plenty of fuel saving here. Not just fuel saving, he's putting the clutch in there.
And that's one of the things with this car. It's a 3-pedal car. Unlike a lot of modern motorsport machinery where it's just a 2-pedal car, this is a 3-pedal car, so you have the physical ability to be able to put the clutch in and to do that. I'm sure race engineers around the world would be looking at that going, we'd rather you didn't do that just in case you over-revved the car.
Yes. The advantage, obviously, when you put the clutch in is you stop the engine braking that would normally happen when you lift off the throttle. So you carry a bit more momentum into the corner. But like you say, the risks that you have with that. Not sure how many of these drivers will actually also be using the full 3 pedals. In the world of iRacing, sometimes there's assists that you can use as well. So some drivers might also just be using the paddles on the back of their wheel rather than an actual H pattern and having to pull a hand off the steering wheel to shift up and down. I did mention, though, now with the pit cycle complete for those Nissans, exception of Beast Racing and Jack Wells, who's on to the 26th lap now, I think, of his stint. We were going to step aside for a couple of moments here and show you the amazing mini documentary that the team at iRacing put together when they released these 2 respective machines. I'm going to focus first on the faster one, on the prototype. We'll check in back with this Audi slightly later on. Paul and I will step aside. Let's dive behind the scenes of one of the greatest cars, I think, available on iRacing, the Nissan GTP ZX Turbo.
The first time that they contacted me to drive the car, I had actually just watched a race, which I did at Pocono, and Don Devendorf was driving the car, and he crashed the car. I think the seat belts became detached when he hit the wall, and he was pretty winded. Luckily, he wasn't seriously injured. And I had this vision of him on his hands and knees on the track next to the car, obviously having real difficulty breathing. Don couldn't do the next race, and so Trevor Harris, who just joined the project, I think suggested that they should call me. And I received this phone call, and it was Trevor on the end of the line and says, would you come out and drive the Nissan? First thing that popped to my mind was Don on his hands and knees. And I said, no. So no, not really. I'm not really that interested.
at Sears Point, Jeff Brabham leads the race, and with a first or second place by either he or teammate Chip Robinson, Nissan will clinch that long-awaited and much sought-after Manufacturers Championship. Over the years, this car has taken a beating. They called it fast but unreliable in the early going. They crashed more often than they finished in their first year or two, but Don Devendorf stayed with it. Kaz Kasner came on as Nissan's motorsports manager in North America, and he stayed the program as well. They have gradually brought the car around, and right now it is the most dominating machine in any form of racing this side of the McLarens in Formula One.
With my dad, you know, he's three-time world champion. He won the championship in a car that bared his name. At that particular time, they were the biggest racing car manufacturer in the world. He was just an inspiration, I think, for me. When I was growing up, I used to go to all the races with him, and I just wanted to really try and make a career out of being a race driver myself, which I managed to do. It's kind of cool to be part of that whole family legacy, I suppose. The team, when I joined them, it was just a race team, you know, 20 people working there. And no one from the opposition's point of view took us particularly seriously, because up to that point, the Porsche 962s and the Jaguar were dominant, basically. We made quite significant changes to the team and the car. The Trevor Harris designed chassis came on board in '88. We switched from Bridgestones to Goodyear tires. IMSA did us a really big favor by putting restrictors on the turbos. Yes, it cut 200 horsepower out of the engines, but it gave us way more torque. So everything just fell into place, and we went on an 8-race win streak, and we won the championship.
Give the win to Jeff Brabham, victorious.
Now, once again, you were aboard with Jeff Brabham. Hard on the brakes right here and then turn it in. Looks like he might be trail braking a little bit. And once again, he gets up on the rumble strips, very close to the tires, very close to that concrete pit wall. He is really letting it all hang out.
In '89, we had a little bit more opposition in the sense that Jaguars changed over from their V12 and they brought their own V6 turbo engine in. Toyotas were starting to get their act together. Porsche 962 at that time kind of faded away. They weren't able to keep up. The GTP Nissan, how it drove for me was just like a normal race car. That was the strong point about the car. I was never conscious of having to baby it before the tires came up to temperature. I mean, basically, every time I drove out of the pits, I was on it. When you jot on the throttle, it just went. We had no issues at all ever about putting power down to the ground. The car was absolutely a rocket ship. Generally, the overriding problem for me was just always trying to just dial out a little bit of push, a little bit of understeer. Now, because we had to run fairly stiff springs on the front to keep the platform stable, the biggest tool that I used to make the car turn in was actually adjusting the rear toe. We always used to run toe out, anything from 0 to 3/8 of an inch, half an inch toe out at the rear. So, if you looked at our car, the rear wheels, instead of, they were kind of like that, so.
There is the second place car, Jeff Brabham, the defending Camel GT champion, who has closed up now on Cobb. Cobb set a blistering pace early on, but now you can see the gap is about 10 car lengths. Despite winning 19 of their last 24 races and leading in both the Drivers' and Manufacturers' Championships, you can hardly blame Team Nissan for looking over its collective shoulder. A year ago, with Jeff Brabham's driving title in hand, Nissan arrived at Del Mar, California for the season's final race, needing a victory to clinch the manufacturer's crown. Instead, Nissan lost the title by a single point. This year, Nissan appears to have things under control once again, with 9 wins in 12 races. But last month in Portland, Oregon, a befuddled official threw the checkered flag 3 laps early. Jaguar was declared winner, whereupon Nissan promised to appeal to the bitter end, and Brabham's frustration showed through.
To cut a long story short, they actually ended up winning the protest, even though the race finished 3 laps early. The next race, our mechanics who did all the artistry had a big screw on the on the front cover, you know, with the checkered flags. You know, it was symbolizing we got screwed out of the win for that particular race.
In an interesting season for the Nissan team, they ran so strongly earlier this year at the 24 Hours of Daytona. They won the 12 Hours of Sebring, eliminating that last knock against the Nissan as perhaps a sprint car more than a long-distance endurance sports racer. They have won everything just about that you can win except a 24-hour race, and they may well take care of that fairly soon.
You know, it was one of those situations where everything just came together at the right time. It suited my driving style. For me, looking back on my career, it's definitely probably my favorite car, you know, because we won so many races and we went through so much together. It will always be dear to my heart. Drive this car on iRacing, I think you've just got to understand that it's got a lot of power, really good grip. Obviously, you've got to make sure you dial the understeer out of it, but my dad always used to say, just get after it, just really get after it. It will reward you if you do.
A great dive into a great car with some personalities behind the scenes. A really impressive project from iRacing, and we'll check out a similar video on the Audi later on today. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith, though, in the commentary booth. And Paul, 58 laps in. We're about half distance in this iRacing Road America 500 for 2025. And in terms of GTP in that Nissan, we've got a dominant race leader. Sven Haas has taken over from Aaron Lopez and picked right up from where his teammate left off. 30 seconds clear of the rest of the field. But at least in the Audis, we do have some intrigue. It's still 3 cars fighting at the front.
Yeah, those Audis are giving us a really close fight at the front. Oh my goodness, car go flying off into the gravel there at the carousel. Yeah, that's a suboptimal line there. For that car, then the 111, the Gabri Martinez GMF team car. So yeah, not the best line. But these Audis, they've been close together all race long, and it's all going to be coming down to who can do what, where, when with the strategy play right now. And here's what happens when you try and go a little bit too quick through the carousel, running out wide.
He apparently still had some downforce even on the gravel, so that worked out quite nicely. Now this is Javier Soto, who off the track tries to slow down, and then because of the traffic, how it played out, gets ran into from an Audi. Not often you see that.
That was odd, was that one. That really
Yeah.
was odd. Javier, who of course we know very well, yeah, just almost as if he had some kind of problem or something like that, or something had happened and he needed to get stopped as soon as possible. It's just unfortunately the Audi wasn't anticipating that. And why would you? You normally wouldn't anticipate a car be slowing down there.
So we got this 3-horse fight with some lap traffic. Let's not forget that's the Audi that you see up the inside having a look. That's the 42. Glacier Racing's Joni Hagner. They started third, but they were tangled up in what was a rather hellacious and unnecessary incident at the start of the race. I'll show you some replays in a few moments' time. But GTP, we still do have a 3-way battle between Trek Sim, Grid and Go, and Den Competition. Now, if you're just joining us, Grid and Go's number 70, Sean Campbell, is one of the few drivers who's on a slightly different strategy, Paul, saving a lot more fuel than the competitors around them.
Yeah, you think he's on lap 5 of his stint. His teammate, Sven Hasser, who's at the front of the field, is on lap 13 right now, just started lap 13. So a bit of a difference between the two of them in the strategies, about 3-lap difference once Sean completes his lap. So he is on that bit of a contra strategy, trying to go that bit longer. That means that he'll be a little bit quicker in the final stops. But this is the carnage that happened at the start. Course in racing, last year's winners were wanting to defend their crown, got caught in a bit of a check-up, and the concertina effect had a massive effect. It was detrimental. There was about 6 GTPs all retired at that one incident.
And then as the Audis crested the hill, Barney wasn't waving the yellow flag, and this is what happened to Glacier Racing. They'd done so well to get out of most of it, but they picked up enough damage that they still had to come down to pit lane. You can see them almost a little bit cross controlling the car to bring it through turn 1, but yeah, unfortunate incident, unnecessary incident like I mentioned, and so 46 starters are now down to 34 still running, so attrition has played its part. And in the GTP, in the Nissans, in that prototype class, we used to have lots of different trains and battles through the field. They have splintered themselves out with the skill gap, I think, proving to be quite high. And so most of our focus is still placed on these Audis, Paul, nearing the halfway distance of the race. They're only 4 or 5 laps away from their own cycle down onto pit lane.
9 GTPs officially retired from the race. We had 31 GTPs start the race, 15 Audis and the GTOs start the race, and yeah, we've lost a number of those. And Javier Soto, I think, is going to make the 10th GTP. You would imagine with that incident that he had. But yeah, these Audis, they're getting closer and closer to their pit stop cycle. So they've been 24, 23 laps for Polacek, who was only able to go 1 lap longer. For those of you keeping tabs at home, Polacek, although he basically started his whole race thinking about one thing, and that's fuel saving. But only being able to get 1 lap extra out of it, you've got to ask questions, haven't you, as to whether this is the correct strategy. But right now, these GTOs, they're all just doing fuel saving off of each other.
Paul pointed it out in the previous pit stop cycle, though. Let's not forget that in the first stint of the race, these drivers did have to account for what was a full formation lap as well. Would not have used a full lap's worth of racing fuel, but definitely eats into the buffer that you have. It's a long lap, 4 odd miles, let's not forget. So even getting that 1 extra lap, it's hard to then save another 4 miles worth of fuel unless you have the ability to really ratchet up the saving. Michael Polacek has run 3rd in line for the majority of the race, which is seemingly where he feels comfortable placing his machine. Let's go back over, though, to fight for 2nd in GTP. Jarno Cox closing on Gio Cortese once again. And these 2 drivers also very offset from their pit stop battles. We expect Gio Cortese in within the next 5 laps, I would say, or so, Paul. Jarno Cox not in for another 10 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on there with the fuel, with how things are going. Although that Grid and Go car just getting caught up behind an Audi, had to be patient there. And that's what you have to be when it comes to multi-class racing, and he's not worried about the car behind. That car behind him, the GTP, is lapped down on him, so he could just focus forward and try and catch up to Gio Cortesi in that Obsidian Vintage by Gio car, and through the go. And do you know what I love about these sort of old school cars is that you can do a little bit of sliding through the corners with these cars compared to modern machinery, which demand absolute precision. You can just give it a little bit of tail out. Not too much. You don't want to overheat the tyres, though, do you?
No. I mean, it feels quite fitting, given that we're talking about GTPs here today, just to recognize, and we have done earlier in the day as well, just the fact that with seemingly the modern evolution of the GTP rule set, the LMDH rule set, looking like it's going to last well into the 2030s, a revitalization of sports car and prototype racing around the world that, Paul, I think we are very fortunate to be living through right now, you know, with McLaren announcing their plans to join the World Endurance Championship, with Hyundai's Genesis effectively announcing their plans to join the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the next couple of years as well. I always think back in sports car racing to this sort of a vintage, if you will, to the late 80s, early 90s, where you had this sort of a race car. I'm just so fortunate that we get to live through it now, albeit with some slightly different technologies. We don't get all those turbo whines and spool noises like they did in the years of old. But I guess hybrid technology is pretty cool nevertheless.
It's the leading tech of the day. I mean, the 80s was very much turbos were the thing of the moment, and everything. Shampoo had turbos stuck on the side of it in terms of oh, that's a major moment, and Michael Polacek has got caught up in that.
But I think he's taken some damage on the front end. There's no question about that. And defending race winner, pole sitter Michael Polacek, who's been running his strategy unperturbed, gets tangled up with some GTP traffic.
And again, it's a little bit of impatience from the GTPs, I feel. You know, they'd gone past one car and they were determined to try and make it past 2 or 3 into the hurry downs, locked up the rear wheels on the brakes, changing down gears, locked up the rears, and is that Beast Racing?
No, it is the Blitz Motorsport entry. Ivan Platon was unfortunately behind the wheel there. We'll grab a couple more looks at it, but I think, Paul, you called it straight away. Tried to get past maybe one more car than he should have. He was way overcommitted, and not much Polacek could really do.
If you're Michael Polacek, it's a what do I have to do there? What do I have to do in that situation? Here he is on board, he's fuel saving, he's lifted off the throttle early, and then all of a sudden, face full of prototype.
Unfortunately for Fabian Scheisseg in the Paceworks machine, he had the ability to cut to the inside and avoid it. Polacek not as lucky, and so pit lane bound for the GeForce Racing 45. And I think any chance of defending the win from 12 months ago, Paul, officially put to bed. Lone Bobo Racing have taken advantage of that now, though. They are 4 seconds to the good over Paceworks.
That's it. When the sun shines, you make the most of it, and that's well, especially if you're over here in the UK. But that's certainly what he's doing right now. Is Bogdan Moldovan, so doing a good job at the front of the field, but do not write off this second place car of Paceworks Esports, because Fabian Scheisseg should have the ability to get back up to that race leading car.
So now this is where it becomes the game of cat and mouse. We are also, by the way, past halfway. Michael Polacek is officially a DNF in this event. So hearts go out to the defending race winner. That is the cruelty of motorsport, and we've been touching on the traffic and its impact plenty today. I have no doubt there's going to be plenty of conversations had after the fact as well. Den competition, by the way. Andre Castro takes back over from Jaden Conwright. Marcos Nunez is also into pit lane in the GTP category. Like we said, we are not far away from these drivers having to cycle their way through another pit stop window, and it will be led by Gio Cortese in a handful of laps in that Obsidian vintage machine.
We have lost Jacob Reed as well. He's pulled onto pit road and decided to retire the car. So that's another GTP out of the race as well. I mean, you think to the first stint, Jacob Reed was looking like a real contender, wasn't he, at this race? And just a series of unfortunate events have led to his demise here in this race.
There comes Lone Bobo Racing. Bogdan Moldovan hits his marks, and he's going to stay behind the wheel of that car. So taking back the lead is Paceworks. We'll cycle back around in a few laps' time. That's Gio Cortese, who's had a bobble, I think, out through turn 1. Around the outside, that's some lap traffic that takes advantage. Now here comes Jarno Koch, and this is where it gets tricky, because that lap traffic as well is part of the equation. They're squeezing each other. They're 3 wide under the bridge and down to the braking zone of turn 5. Cortese is on the outside. Koch's pinched, and look how much the Obsidian machine tries to sweep its momentum through the corner.
Oh!
Contact with all 3 of them. The lapped car's into the wall. That's Marcos Nunez, unfortunately. But luck's on his side. The front end magically reappears.
Marcos Nunez, I was about to say, was a very smart driver there and saying, I'm a lap down, I'm getting out of this one. You two have the inevitable crash. The unfortunate thing then is that he got caught up in the inevitable crash in all of that. That was 2 drivers showing that neither will blink. And Obsidian couldn't go together. Look at it from on board then, the lap car, those 2 in front. I just felt that they were always going to come together. There's the contact and corner exit, and then bang.
I think that's Jarno just trying to open up the steering and wash out wide and close off any opportunity. Is that Gio Cortese going slow? It might be. Is there damage on the car that's maybe a bit more significant than he's back up to speed now, I think, through Bill Mitchell Bend, but yeah. That is going to probably see his stint come to an end. Is he going to come to pit lane? In front of him, Nunez is off the track. So there was definitely more damage on the fiercely forward machine as the klaxon goes off to signal car down onto pit lane. And Marcos Nunez ended up taking the tow.
Well, at least he didn't have far to tow, to be fair. That would be the world's longest tow in the great scheme of things. But yeah, that was all a bit ugly. It was bowling shoe ugly, to quote Jim Ross.
Oh, that's a nice one. Coming after WrestleMania as well. We probably should have slipped a few more wrestling-themed quotes in here and there. Would have made some of our team at RaceSpotTV very happy.
Well, if that's the case, so far this race has been a disappointment, much like WrestleMania 41.
You and Dane Baird are going to have to get a room after this to debate that one. There is another time slot, let's not forget. I just saw someone in our chat saying that they are getting ready to run in an hour and 30 minutes. We wish you the best of luck for your race, and we hope that you avoid some of the incidents that we've seen so far. Again, this can happen in any split of iRacing. It's just unfortunate that we've been able to put the microscope down on some of these particular highlights, if you will. Paul, you mentioned a highlight of the special event calendar. Next month is obviously about ovals, month of May, a trip to the Coke 600, but a new special event enters the equation in June. It's the 4 hours at Thruxton, which I know you're looking forward to.
Yeah, I know in my look I won't be able to compete in it because they'll have me working on it, seeing as I'm the touring car guy. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have thought that would have been the perfect venue for an endurance race with TCRs, but you can have some really, really good racing around there, and I think it'll be a great event. That is for sure. And a lot of people who don't know Thruxton, it's the fastest circuit in the UK, and it's effectively like a big oval. It's sort of around the exterior perimeter road of an active airfield. It is actually an active airfield still, is Thruxton. So it is an incredibly fun track to run around, and it's a challenge as well for a lot of people. And certainly I'm looking forward to it.
I did not realize exactly how quick it was until you and I commentated there. in the Porsche Esports Super Cup not a handful of weeks ago. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one. And we talk about some of the incidents we've seen today. Incidents could be quite interesting with traffic there, even within that TCR class. So GTO leader into pit lane once again. So Paceworks Esports, the 182 hits its marks. We're watching the 11, which pitted a couple of laps ago. Back up to speed, tires up to temperature as well. And it was a 47-second pit stop. So 47.9 for the 182. It's second longer in the pit lane, but not the worst thing in the world, Paul. Let's see what the margin's going to be off the pit exit.
Yeah, get that that pit cone. Here comes Bogdan down the pit straight there. You see him on the right. And to the lead once again for the Lone Bobo Racing. Of course, Bogdan Moldovan is racing this one on his own, which anybody just joining us who's thinking, hang on a second, you can't do one of these team events on your own. Well, this one you can. So, yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers and a lot of teams with a solo entry of driver, and it's quite the challenge. I think it's a bit more doable from my perspective in the Audi compared to the GTP, the Nissan. And that Nissan's got some rear right damage from that instant earlier on.
Jarno was doing this race solo, but I agree with you. The nature of the car, it's so much more wild and untamed that it is an issue now. Bogdan has lost some time. So we jumped to see Jarno in pit lane only to miss potentially an issue, a mistake. I'm not quite sure what it could be for that number 11, but I'm sure the replay machine, which never misses anything, benefit of being in the sim racing world, will tell us a little bit more, Paul.
Lap traffic. Oh, that's Audi on Audi violence there as well. I know they build them strong, do Audi, but that... I mean, Bogdan, he's coming from a mile off, quite frankly. That's a mile off. He's coming a lot faster than that car that he's up against. And he's throwing it to the inside, and Steen Ledger... Oh, well, Steen Ledger is a driver I know from Zurich car racing as well. He's innocently turned in because that number 11 car was so far back that you wouldn't expect them to make the move.
Yeah, Steen is not a slow driver by any means. So as he heads off to pit lane, I think, deal with some of the damage on the car. 25 laps on the stint as well, so he is due to pit lane. We've got a battle. Wheel to wheel for the race lead, and he'll pop to the inside, will the 11, and trying to insert himself back to the front of the field. It's a nice and clean pass as well, because I think fuel savings top of mind for the Paceworks 182. This is a race, Paul, that's going to get won and lost in that final pit stop cycle on the run to the checkered flag.
Certainly is. Lap 69 of the race. I tell you what is nice for the Glacier Racing team is that they've actually been able to get ahead now of the leaders in class, so they're on the lead lap. I know you're not going to have a safety car bunch everything up, but it shows how they got involved in that instant at the very start of the race. They had to take repairs, which put them a lap down. They're now ahead of those leaders. They're on the lead lap in class. What can they do from here to push on and maybe try and get one or two, salvage some places, perhaps?
See a question in our iRacing Esports Network chat. How do you pick what time you broadcast? Well, it's quite simple for the endurance special events, if I'm honest. 12 p.m. UTC, Saturdays. That is the time slot that we do. Now, there may be some rare occasions that we mix things up. So sometimes for the Bathurst 1000, yeah, but yeah. Paul read my mind. We have done the Australian time slot for that, but quite interestingly, actually, because Australia has got plenty of their own private Bathurst 1000s, including a quite prestigious one that runs usually on the same weekend as the iRacing one. The official iRacing Bathurst 1000 usually isn't actually as populated on the Australian time slots as you'd think it would be. So sometimes we do the Australian, sometimes we do the European time slot, but typically it's pretty simple. NASCAR, Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. I think that's our typical time slot for the Open. Sometimes we'll do fixed, which is, I think, Thursday night instead. That's basically dependent on when we can get Evan Pasoko, because let's be honest, you want the voice of eNASCAR, we want the voice of eNASCAR, and so we make sure to try and get Evan wherever we can. And then anything that's not done by RaceSpot, it's up to the team at iRacing, but it's usually pretty simple as well. Super sessions are 6 p.m. on a Saturday. iRacing Indy 500 is 6 p.m. Pacific, I should say. iRacing Indy 500 is 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm just rattling off random times at this point, Paul. Basically, there's set times. Go to the forum and hopefully you'll be able to find some more things. Forums.iracing.com.
And we, to be fair, we usually sort of announce as well in the RaceSpot if we're doing one of these events, we usually announce in the week prior to it which race that we are doing, which race we are covering, which time slot as well. So yeah, definitely as Glacier actually drop a lap once again to the leaders as GTP's working their way through. Paceworks have dropped some time now to Lone Bobo Racing, so back to the front of GTO. Steen Ledger has said in the RaceSpot chat, by the way, that it scared him. Did the car flying to the inside, this race leading GTO to the inside of turn number 5, that caught him out.
There was language used that we can't repeat on
Yes.
air. So Paul was trying to navigate his way around that very successfully. But I think you can imagine some of the words that were probably being used. It is a 62-second lead at the front of the GTP field, by the way. We were thinking that it needed to be closer to around 60-ish seconds.
55 seconds it was.
Well,
yeah.
I think it was 55 seconds at that point of the race. I think we're now getting to the point where it's probably closer to the 65 seconds, 70-second bracket. And I think ideally you want to be within 80 seconds of the leader before that final pit stop sequence, if my math is correct, which, let's be honest, not usually right.
Well, do you know what? So David Addison, I was working with him on the Rafa Racing Club Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. Easy for me to say. And I mentioned about how you never trust the commentator's maths, and he took offence to that. Well, I mean, yeah. I says, to be fair, David, we're trying to do 3 things at once.
Yes. Well, what I've just learned is that David Addison must have a PhD in mathematics, because he really trusts his math more than I do. And I studied computer science, which means that I got forced to do a bunch of math classes that I didn't learn anything in, except how to pass the class, if you understand what I mean. Anyway, pit stop for your race leader as Sven Haase hits his marks. In fact, he might hold on to the lead in a couple of laps when Sean Campbell heads back down to pit. He will retain the lead, but his lead is so significant, it's not far away from him being that far in front that maybe the next pit stop sequence, which would be the final one, will come back out in front if the gap continues at this trajectory. Brandon Roseborough is in, though. 23 laps on the stint for him.
Steen thanking me, by the way, for de-Australian in his language. I've had an Australian teammate, and it gets rather blue when things happen. I know. Yes, Hydra Race, GD6 Racing, onto pit road then. I mean, the job that Grid and Go have done with that number 2 car has just been incredible. And so, yeah, basically, Sean Campbell, I don't see him going for a race win. Podium, we'll have to wait and see if he can do that, though, because I do think that is a bit more likely, in my opinion.
I think he's got that almost wrapped up, in my opinion, at this point. 72 laps into this race. Still plenty of time for me to be proven wrong. 7/10 the margin back with your GTO leader, so Paceworks have really compressed that margin back up to Lone Bobo after traffic broke them up very slightly. Scheduled, by the way, for those special events in May. I was just going and confirming before I spoke out of turn. The iRacing Fixed 500 is going to be the first thing to look forward to. That's going to be happening May 10th and 11th, qualifying to run May 5th through the 9th. Remember, qualifying takes place every hour. You get your one attempt to get your 4-lap average qualifying run in, and then on May 12th, the qualifying opens for the iRacing Indy 500 with its open setup version. That race to take place across of the weekend of May 17th to the 18th. And then the Coke 600 is the following week. So May 19th through the 26th, you can enjoy 600 miles at Charlotte, which means that, Paul, technically, if you wanted to do all the time slots of all the Indy 500s and all the Coke 600s, I'm pretty sure you'd be able to run in excess of 10,000 miles.
I think I've got better things to do for myself.
It will be close to 10,000 miles. I didn't do the exact math, but it's roughly around there.
Yeah, that's that'd take a special type of person to do that. That's for sure. The month of May is such a magical time in the world of motorsport, and it is one of those big sort of months that you start circling in the calendar of, right, let's plan my my time around these events. I mean, we've already had the practice session started, haven't we, at Indianapolis this week?
Mm-hmm.
So we're already starting practicing for the event. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And do you know what? In the UK, we've actually had live coverage of those practice sessions as well.
On TV or just YouTube, are you meaning?
Oh, just YouTube.
Okay, yeah. No, it was good when we finally got the open test underway on day one. Some technical issues that can inflict both the real and virtual worlds held up proceedings momentarily, but great to hear Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe in the booth. Open test, that was a moment for your race leader, just had to delay the turn-in momentarily. And fortunate that Paceworks is not the type of team right now that's looking to take advantage. Again, they're looking to bide their time, save their fuel, and just hold their ground until that final sequence of the race. I'm going to go and do the math now, so I'm going to come back in a few moments with the exact number of miles you can run in the month of May. Paul, we're doing just 500 miles here, which means, just under 4 hours or so. Do you want to try and guess how many miles do you think they'll run next year when they come back here for a 6-hour race in the real world with the modern GTP cars? Now, it's slightly unfair because you've got safety cars that might interrupt things, but just thinking about the progression of technology, it's quite remarkable. It's very realistic. You could cover as many as 1,200, 1,500 miles with these 963s, these Lamborghini prototypes nowadays. They're such impressive machines once they get up to speed.
You didn't give me a chance to guess. You just told me. No, that was a bit close there for Paceworks and the lap car coming through. It's incredible, the progression of technology. I mean, you just think of, just in terms of aerodynamics to start with, how in the 80s they were just starting to properly make use of wind tunnels and learn and understand how the airflows work on these cars and how to get the most out of them. Whereas now, you look at it nowadays, you've got CFD, computational fluid dynamics, it's easy for me to say, as well as the wind tunnels, which of course we've got a lot more understanding of. We've got a lot more sensors. We can learn a lot more from wind tunnels as well. The tools that are available to these motorsport outfits now, and a lesser cost than the technology was back in the day. I remember hearing the story of McLaren with their first carbon fiber Formula One car. They had to go to a company in America to actually make the actual chassis and the cockpit of the car, because there just wasn't the companies in the UK who could do that. service. So you think of the costs that are involved in cutting edge technology. As you go down the years, it gets cheaper and cheaper.
It's quite crazy to think that nowadays, before you drive some of these modern prototypes, you have to read a 36-page, manual and probably pass the equivalent of an SAT to then jump into the car.
And that's just to learn the steering wheel.
Right, exactly, yes. Whereas here it was, right, strap yourself into the car, go and drive it, and hope you come back in one piece. It was a very, very different time. But it was also a time where you tested a lot more, and so, you got a lot more familiar with the car. Niels van Handel's familiar enough with the machine now that he's been behind the wheel for a couple of stints around the outside. He passes John Babineau in that locked-in racing entry. That's 5th position changing hands there.
As Sean Campbell finally comes onto pit road to have his pit stop right on cue. One story I heard, it's not from these cars, but from the early 90s, before there was telemetry recording in saloon car racing in the UK, in British Touring Car Championship. Some of the drivers, because they were still using Hayes pattern gearboxes, if they accidentally over-revved the car, say in a practice session, they'd loosen the seat belts and hit the rev counter reset for the needle that showed the maximum revs that it had pulled.
Oh no.
And then just give it a little rev to get it up to where it should be before they headed into pit road and go, yeah, no, absolutely, it's a dream. And the engineers wouldn't know.
Oh, the days before telemetry. It's quite crazy. I'm commentating on the Prodigy Racing League, which is where drivers get data for all their other competitors, and it's just crazy to even think about, right? They don't just get SMT data like they have in NASCAR, for example, where you do get a decent amount of insight into what the rest of your competitors are doing, but they get setup sheets and stuff. And it reminds me a little bit of, Paul, when I first started sim racing. Nowadays, there's lots of setup shops, which are great. They allow people to jump into a lot of cars with a better idea of the setups that they're going to have, the type of style they're going to provide. But when I joined iRacing back, 2016 with those GTE cars that you and I were talking about earlier, you would have people just post setups on the forum every week. This is what I'm running.
Yeah.
You should try this out. And I miss those days a little bit now and then, as much as, like I say, setup shops have got their place.
There was a bit of community, wasn't there? A bit more community involvement with that. I mean, we used to have it with I'm trying to think now. See, the thing is, with the touring cars that I used to drive, so the Kia Optima that I used to drive, you only had about 5 things that you needed to ever change on that car, so it was fine. But you used to have, in some of the other series, like the Skip Barber.
Yep.
Skip Barber series, you used to always have every week, right, here's the schedule for this iRacing season, and here's next week, here's this week's setup, here's a video as well to go through as to what gears you should be in, which corners, and where you position in your car, and all that. So you used to have a lot of that. And there still are communities that are like that as well, must be said. But I think they've filtered away from the iRacing forums and gone more into specific Discord servers, for example.
Including for the IMSA Vintage series, I have no doubt about that. So if you, again, we've hopped on it on a number of occasions, but do go join that community if you are interested. The very dedicated group of people keeping the Audi and the Nissan active on a weekly basis, and you can make sure on the weekends you jump into the broadcasted coverage that they have on GSRC. Through the kink, still your leaders in this class, running nose to nose. Probably another 20 laps or so, just under that, before they're due for another pit stop. That will probably be, that should be, their final pit stop of the day. So when we were talking about slightly earlier that this is a fight that's going to come down to that pit stop and then the run to the checkered flag, we are not far away from closing in on that window. Give it another 80 minutes or so, hour and 20, and we will probably see the checkered flag. So this race is flying past, just shy of 4 hours, which in that Nissan, for those drivers doing it solo, drenched in sweat, I think, is an understatement for them, Paul. At least if I was behind the wheel, I was someone who got very sweaty as a sim racer.
I think if those Nissan drivers were wanting the full authentic experience, then surely it'd be a case of, because these cars didn't have power steering, 100% force feedback and give it a go. I think that's to get the full authentic experience, and turn your central heating up if you got as well to get it really hot in there. Yeah, I'm somebody who, if I'm racing, which unfortunately is becoming less and less as the years go by, I need to have like a fan on just to get some movement of air. It's not necessarily for any cooling, but certainly just to get movement of air, just to try and help me keep my focus.
I'm exactly the same. I got a little fan next to me for when I go racing, which I don't get to do much now anymore since the monitor on my rig has decided to unfortunately expire after a very long-lasting service to me. 8 years I had that 49-inch ultra-wide monitor. Race leaders lost a bit of time with traffic on this particular lap, but it doesn't matter too much because, again, they've got a 44-second advantage, and the word from the chat was that the lead has been sufficiently covered off in terms of any potential for Sean Campbell to be able to interfere for the race lead. So Sven Haas has just got to stay on the tarmac now, stay out of trouble, and gridandgo.com could be entering victory lane in this throwback Nissan GTP. Might actually even get a potential for sweeping the podium. It's going to come down to where Campbell's strategy places him relative to Gio Cortesi and Arno Koch, I feel here, Paul.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about earlier, isn't it? That I was saying that a podium would be a possibility here for Grid and Go, a clean sweep of all those steps of the podium. I'm sure that the team will be hoping for that, but it was a bit of a different way of going about things, and I think you're absolutely right, Arjuna, when you mentioned it earlier. Was Sean forced to go that way because of him moving down the order to, what was it, 13th, 14th place, wasn't it, at one point in that first stint? So is it just a case of having to change things about to suit the position and to move forward in this field?
Hopefully we get a chance to chat to some of these drivers post-race. If anyone in this race, Michael Polishek, if you're watching, maybe Steen Ledger, RaceSpot Discord, Paul and I are always looking forward to chatting to some of you, so you know where we are. Come and jump into the waiting room, and be more than happy to have a chat with you guys for a couple of moments. Back over to those Audis, by the way. It was a small field coming into the race. There was 31 GTPs, only 15 of the GTO Audis, and we are now down to just 9 of them left running. Only really 4 of them. Sorry, go ahead. I'm
going to be a pedant. It's actually 10.
Actually, it's 11.
The Tech Sport Academy, yes, 11, because Joshua Powell has got in as well. So 11 of those Audis are still running. I mean, the multiple laps down, but they are running. So
yes.
To be a pedant there.
No, I'm glad you did catch that, because I did not even notice that Jake Cummins is going to end up passing Michael Polishek and grab 11th position before this race is done. But really, it's only these 2 cars who are close to one another, and also TSRC and Iona Yacht. Kevin Serron has jumped into the 99. It's only 1.9, 1.8 seconds in front of Emil Bernstorff right now, so these two find themselves relatively close quarters. And you called out, Paul, that Glacier Racing are fighting their way forward. They are now within 4 seconds of 07 Racing, and then only 6 seconds away from looking for Race Friends. So I've got to say, this has been a great fight back with Camden now back behind the wheel, and this is true endurance racing spirit.
Yeah, this is fantastic to see. Not that far ahead of them. There's actually been a change for 4th place overall as well. So Locked In Racing have moved ahead of Trexim in this race. But yeah, Glacier, oh dear.
That's the leader. Oh, and he's almost run over from behind. This is through the final corner. Paul, there's no damage that I can see visually, at least, on Sven Haas's machine.
And there's no mechanical warning flag either, but it's whether something has, if he's made contact with a wall, has something bent in the steering, in the suspension, we'll have to see. This is Bill Mitchell bent, and this won't be the first time. It's another tank slapper. Oh, that Nissan really did not like it, but crucially stays out the wall.
That is very, very impressive. Let's ride on board with him once again for this, Paul, because, I mean, you'll just see the way the car is bouncing and pitching around. I mean, that could have been the race win. Gone in the blink of an eye. Some good reactions to hold on to the car, though. And Sven Haas lives, albeit change of pants required.
It was that inside curb. Bill Mitchell bend, he clipped that inside curb. It unsettled the car, and that just sent it around. And yeah, very well done to keep that car off of the concrete barriers, because they're unwielding. And the Grid and Go are breathing a sigh of relief in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat as well. So they're very happy that he kept it out the wall as well.
Pallet is still breathing behind the scenes. Although I will say, if 55 seconds is that gap that Sean Campbell is looking for in that final splash, he's now only 8 seconds away from having that back in his pocket. So one more mistake like that, and you know what they say, one mistake tends to lead to more if you can't correct the slide. So hoping that Sven can avoid making that kind of a mistake. Someone in chat did say that Sean Campbell is looking secure in that P2 with the strategy, so it kind of goes to what I'm saying. One more mistake for Sven could see Sean in the fight for first, although Sean's just been passed by Andrew Castro. That's for 7th spot on track.
Yeah, so dropping down that spot, and crucially, Sean Campbell, just looking at the time, is what, 1 minute and 6 behind right now is Sean. So it's going to be a tough task to be able to move forward. But here you see those stint lanes in the column there, the timing tower, and that number 70 in 8th place, only 5 laps into the stint, compared to 10 laps for your overall race leader, 14 laps for 2nd place Jano Koch. So you're seeing the different strategies at play here for Grid and Go. That was a bit of a moment into the grass.
Again, these drivers are still pushing, many of them doing this race solo. Not the case for Andre Castro, but maybe it explains a little bit of the maybe less than normal slip-ups that we've seen from a handful of them. You mentioned the swap that we've seen for 4th position, by the way. Niels van Handel's not far behind Locked In Racing, so still could grab 4th position back as the 17 and the 16 head down to turn 5, where we've seen a couple of moments already through the course of this race. Maybe another 12 laps, by the way, before I think we see pit stops for your race-leading Audis, and that would, like I say, be their final pit stop of the race. And so I think this is right now exactly what Paceworks want, Paul. They're putting the pressure onto Lone Bobo Racing, but they're able to save exactly as much fuel as they want.
I do think that Lone Bobo Racing, though, will be doing that fuel saving as well themselves and just lifting off early. They're not going 10-10s. In fact, let's listen.
Hard to tell there. Let's listen to the hurry downs.
Let's hurry downs, definitely. I'm not too sure. It's a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe a bit, but I didn't hear too. It did seem as though through the kink towards the braking zone that he was maybe a bit more lifting on entry so that he could carry that speed. But yeah, I'm not sure, Paul. I don't know. I think if I'd rather be any one of these two drivers right now, I'd rather be the car behind, which is the same thing that I think Michael Polishek was thinking. So I don't know. There's a reason we're in the booth and we're not on the track, though.
could definitely hear that lift and coast there going into kind of the corner for Paceworks Esports. So yeah, a lot of fuel saving going on here, and if you can get a quicker pit stop in that final pit stop that's coming up, and let's not forget as well, Fabian in the race leading Bogdan in the race leading Lone Bobber racing car. It's lap 16 of his stint now, just completed into lap 17 of the stint, compared to starting lap 15 of the stint for the Paceworks Esports. So there's that little bit of difference of 2 laps there in terms of pit strategy as well that will come into play. So even less fuel will be needed from Paceworks Esports.
And so if that's a 3-lap delta and Fabian needs 3 laps less of fuel to get to the end, it could be several seconds out on track. So see the margin, you get the sense Lone Bobber Racing are going to have to push in the final stages. They pushed 6 positions up from where they started, down in 7th initially after qualifying. It was a good charge, avoiding the chaos on the start, and then to pick their way forward through all of it. We're going to get to what will be 40 laps to go next time by, so not even quite to that point where the GTPs can pit and make it to the end. So again, a reminder, there is going to need to be a splash and dash for the majority of that prototype field whenever we do get to it. Weather conditions, let's check back in with them, Paul. It's warmed up very slightly, although that wind's still been hanging around.
But we have gone from being overcast to mostly cloudy, so a little bit more sun in the air. So yeah, you're absolutely right that it's warmed up that bit. We're not going to get to the stage of it being partly cloudy, so we'll keep this mostly cloudy. So the track temperature has increased. We are, 6 minutes to the hour in session in terms of the time of day. So coming up to 2 o'clock PM. So you're talking the hottest part of the day, really, aren't you? So it's a relatively cool time up here in Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's not a bad day to go racing by any means. IMSA does return to this great track, America's National Park of Speed, for the IMSA Sports Car Weekend. That is August 1st through August 3rd. You'll be able to catch a full slate of action. And what do I mean by full slate? Well, Mustang Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, all on the same weekend. So when they're calling it Sports Car Weekend, you are getting plenty of bang for your buck. You'll be able to see Jaden Conright, who of course is racing in that Den competition, number 88 here today. He'll be out there in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo race as well. So if you are in the area, it would be a good weekend to go and enjoy. Any weekend you can get out to an IMSA event's pretty good, given the level of access they have, Paul. I mentioned it during our coverage at Sebring, but this year, the grid walk at Daytona, my goodness, I don't think I've ever seen so many people looking to try and get onto a grid walk outside of Formula One. And I was very fortunate that I had a pass from IMSA that let me go a little bit early because as soon as the general public was allowed in, it was too busy to get near a car, so I ran away.
Geodesic Racing, number 4, is in pit road, had mechanical meatball warning flag and is out of the race. They've retired the car. Oh, as he race leading GTOs off in the grass at the King. Oh, it's suddenly picked up with things happening in this one.
That was a big, big moment, high speed. And remember, we've talked about how these cars push wide quite frequently. 4-wheel drive, they understeer when you get the power down. And I wonder if there was also some traffic to deal with as well, Paul.
Yes. Yes, there was. Is the answer there. All under control. Quattro for the grip, and yeah, look at it a little bit. Actually, do you know what? With that one, I think that GTP was already there. It was alongside before turning, so that wasn't a late lunge at all, in my opinion. That was fine from the prototype.
Yeah, I think that was okay. Maybe just slightly caught the leader off guard, but by no means was anything wrong in that GTP's behavior. Speaking of GTP, I'm looking up and down my timing screen. Whatever happened to Brandon Roseborough has dropped him from the race, but more significantly, it's really dropped any battles. He was relatively close to some of his competitors. Nearest two prototypes on track right now are 4th and 5th position, 2 seconds splitting the two of them. Let's go back to third final step of the podium where they're fighting in this GTO class. Kevin Saron, Emil Bernstorff, slowly been working away that damage on the front end as well in the Iona Yacht number 3, and it's finally clear. Pops his way to the inside and down to turn 5, retakes a spot on the podium.
Yeah, they'll be delighted to get themselves back into the podium spots here. It's been a testing day, I think it's fair to say, in those Audis and in terms of their grid spot. I mean, they started in 5th place in that Iona Yacht car, so they've been moving forward in all of this one. I mean, the TSRC, should I say, they've started down in 8th as well, so it's been a day of those that could avoid the incidents at the start of the race have really paid off for them.
I still remember I was doing a race, Phillip Island, 4 hours of Phillip Island in the SCO GT series, and we were going through turn 1. I was on the outside of the starting formation, and I thought I was clear on the inside, so I swept down low, caused chaos. And Paul, the best part about it was this was 2019, so the RaceSpot production tools weren't as good as maybe they are now, and so fortunately the broadcast never picked up on the insane amounts of chaos that I caused with my head being broken for a moment and thinking I was clear. But it's so easy on these race starts, right? And so I go back to the race start that we've talked about, we've shown some replays about as well. When you're in that sort of a concertina back and forth, it's so difficult trying to judge, and so sometimes being patient is difficult. And so I'm not saying I understand, but I do.
You have empathy and you have sympathy for what happened at the start there, because I think we've all been there and done it, haven't we? I remember I caused the mother and father of all accidents at the start of a touring car race around Long Beach. Here we go again, just looking back to the race start. So this is what happened. It was all the concertina, and it was all checking up. It was the car, the blue car, that really didn't get going. Everybody else went and all concertinaed up, and then the Audis came along at full chat, full throttle, and then all of a sudden, big cloud of smoke. You're slowing down, you're braking, and even there, braking, slowing down, got rear-ended with the car that we were on board with.
That's just a brief look at all of that. Let's take another look, maybe jump a bit more up through the field. Yeah, it was a moment, that is for sure. Our broadcast tools not missing any of this, that is for sure. We've improved them behind the scenes at RaceSpotTV. The benefits of camera angles that can be placed after the fact rather than in the weeks and in the build-up before. Andre Castro has just brought the 88 Den Competition GTP in towards the pit lane. Remember, no pit lane speed limiter, right, for these drivers, Paul, so they're left to the devices of their right foot.
Well, you think back in when these cars were racing, there was no pit lane speed limit, was there? So you were going flying in. I watched an onboard clip of the early 90s Formula One. It was Gerhard Berger coming into the pit lane, absolutely flat through the pit lane, slows it down, stops, gets his tyre change done in about 9.5 seconds, and then bang, away he goes, flat out on cold tyres. You look at it with all the pit crews just in shirt sleeves as well. They weren't in flame-proof overalls like they are nowadays with crash helmets. None of that you see now. It was, yeah, just unbelievable what was considered safe back in the day. As Solpec Precision Racing have had an incident, I can see yellow flags for the car 15.
They lost
so
a couple.
They've had issues.
Yeah, lost a couple of seconds. One rule change that I don't mind is the introduction of a pit lane speed limit. You know, in all the safety innovations, that's the one that, you know, I'm definitely on board for as well. It's still quite crazy. A couple of years ago, they ran as Obsidian Racing into pit lane. Not their final stop, remember. They will owe us a splash and dash at the end. Always funny watching the NASCAR All-Star Series where they did that event with effectively a pit stop challenge with no pit limiter, and some of the drivers just totally blew past their stalls because they were so unfamiliar with entering at high speeds. If iRacing could allow us to turn that off, though, in the sim, Paul, I would have no problem with that for this event next year.
I mean, we've seen how drivers have coped with cold tyres with this GTP at the best of times, let alone coming from a standstill out of the pit box. They're spinning round into the pit wall. So, yeah, I think maybe having that pit limiter is actually a good thing overall, even in the sim world.
You heard it. Paul Smith wants sense. I want nonsense. Okay, just making sure we've got our priorities clear. We'll have 34 laps to go up the line.
I'd rather still have cars out on track, is what I'm saying. Car 35, speaking of cars out on track, has had issues, and they're at a standstill at the hurry downs as well. So, yeah, and that's that Solpec Precision Racing. Oh no, that's the other Solpec car. Oh my goodness.
Yes, no, unfortunately, Nathan Ray's had a couple of moments in the last handful of laps, and now for Fabrizio Rivera, who's in the 10th place Solpec car, has had a moment last time around. We're watching your race leaders, but I was also keeping an eye, and you can keep an eye on that gap bottom right of your screen right now. Glacier Racing, they might be able to get back up to 6th position here, and they're not far off a top 5 as well. It's 4 more seconds up the road, Paul. We've been talking about endurance racing spirit, and this is the reward that Juhani Kamanen is about to get.
Do you know what? I was fortunate enough to work the Hankook 12 hours of Monza a couple of years ago. And one of the teams is actually, forget about that for the moment, I was having a look, but not quite close enough. But one of the teams, 911 Racing, they were, yeah, that was the name of the team. They were running one of the older...
Sorry, they almost just got squeezed.
Yeah, I saw. They were running one of the older 991 Porsche 911 Cup cars in that race, and they had a part brake as alongside goes that Glacier Racing car into the braking zone for turn 1, and that's nicely done. Can they hold on to it though? Yes they can. Yeah, they had a part brake in the car. I think it was in the gearbox from practice, and they couldn't qualify, and it was a question of whether they'd actually race. And they basically scoured the internet, found somebody who had one of the 991 versions of the cars that was willing to give them the part to use.
Wow.
They drove halfway across Europe to get the part, back across to Italy. They arrived in the morning, fitted the part, and they took part in the whole race, and they got given the Spirit of Endurance award for the particular race.
As they should, too, right. Yeah, that reminds me of a story that I've been thinking of in this race a little bit, mainly because we've got some Audis on track and it involved an Audi. Daytona 24 weekend last year, it wasn't in the WeatherTech race. Michelin Pilot Challenge, the JDC Miller Audi RS3, they had a failure of the car. They couldn't start it up, and eventually they figured it out. Audi was able to help replace a bunch of parts, but the one thing they couldn't replace was the ECU. So they found a crashed, I think it was like a Skoda or something. It was one of the Volkswagen Group cars that shared an ECU. They found one of them crashed in Mexico. Got someone to fly out to Orlando with the ECU, like in a case or whatever, and then one of the drivers had to drive from Daytona to Orlando, which is an hour and a half, depending on how close to the speed limit you're doing. He was definitely not doing the speed limit, Paul, because by the time he got back, they had like 15 minutes to put the ECU into the car, roll it out to the grid. They got it done in time, and they went on to win the race. It's always just amazing thinking about the next level that some of these teams and the people behind the scenes that make everything possible for the drivers to go out there and go wheel to wheel will do to make these cars go race.
It is absolutely incredible. How many times have you heard of teams helping each other out when there's been things happen? And you know, the spirit of motorsport, everybody wants to go racing, and yeah, it's incredible. I mean, you just look at, I'm going back to 2012 now, Formula One, and I am a frustrated Williams fan, by the way. I'm declaring that on broadcast. Their last race win was by Pastor Maldonado, and they win the race, and one of the cars set fire in the garage, and they had a lot of damage, and teams rallied around them, got them computer equipment, got them parts, helped them out with that, and were able to go racing the very next weekend with borrowed kit. It was incredible, and you think that's you think the level of cutthroatness in Formula One as well, compared to some other motorsports which are much more open to the spirit of competition, but also helping each other out when needed. That just goes to show what motorsport can do in adversity.
Oh yeah, we often say, you know, the F1 teams would throw their mother under the bus if it would give them an advantage, but yeah, that was, like you say, good to see the paddock come together. We are on lap 92. Jarno Cox been into pit lane. Sven Haase has just made his way in. So they are definitely short of making it to the end without requiring another trip down pit lane. It will be a splash and dash, 8 laps worth of fuel, about a third of a tank. That's all they're going to need. They are going to need it. The question is, can Sean Campbell get to the lap 100 mark? That should signify he's good to make it to the end. He's out there right now. I don't think he's going to take the lead of the race, depending on how long Aaron Lopez stays stationary for, because there is a swap in pit lane, and back into the car comes our pole sitter.
It's worth pointing out, Sean Campbell could actually get to lap 99 and make it to the end. Because he's been doing 25, 26 lap stints. I'm sure he'd want to not be having to do the level of fuel saving in that final stint that he has been doing, but I think overall, I think he would be wanting to be able to see himself get comfortably into that pit window and then be able to push to the end. But there you go, there's the gap now as Aaron is out of pit road, and yeah, Sean Campbell, I don't think it's on, but it's certainly been a really, really good effort from him.
Yep, I think as well that was a shorter pit stop from Lopez because he wanted to hold on to the lead of the race. If he had stayed stationary for the full service, Campbell would have taken back the lead of the race momentarily. We'll see Lopez in slightly earlier than 9 laps to go as a result of that. Only 3 laps away, though, from potentially Lone Bobo Racing into pit lane for the final time today. Paceworks Esports still right on their case, and they don't have any traffic between them anymore. Glacier Racing not part of this equation as we hop on board with the 182. Started second, has run up in the lead in that opening hour of the race, but has settled quite nicely into the situation right now, saving the fuel, and we suspect potentially going to build up its advantage on the other side of the pit window. And on the other side of the pit window, Paul, it is going to be as simple as push, 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 pedal to the metal, and go, go, go.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, one of the benefits of what Grid and Go have done with their pit stop, by the way, for the overall race leader, is that they can split the final stint and not have to do just a really short splash and dash. They can split it and just take less time now, so that it's more worthwhile towards the end. But yeah, these two, they'll get into their pit stall, they'll get their full service done. If I'm Paceworks Esports, bearing in mind that they have a 2-lap advantage on Lone Bobo Racing in terms of the pit cycle right now, pit at the same time. You might as well, and do your final stop, because you're going to be a lot quicker in terms of that fuel fill.
Let's see if that's what he is going to do. Sometimes the only benefit that you have with offsetting on your competitors is you don't follow someone into the pit lane, which is A, to avoid an incident with a crash, but B, also incident can involve if they speed into pit lane and you follow them and are a bit too committed as a result of just using them as your references. Avoid a speeding penalty to end this race out. That would be a rather disappointing way to close the proceedings. As on the outside, there goes one of the grid and go machines, nicely navigating its way around the race leaders. That was nice and clinical, Paul. No such dramas with traffic like we've had a couple so far today.
Yeah, that was a bit more. And you know what? To be fair to the Grid and Go team, it's been a strength of theirs all the way through this event. You've seen them time and again where they're involved in a battle with somebody, and then they come up behind a GTO into a place like the Hurry Downs, and they've been patient. And it just goes to show that having that patience really pays off for you, because they're able to be out there at the front of the field and be able to push on for the rest of the race. We've seen those teams that have been making late lunges and dives on the GTOs have got involved in crashes. You know, so it's not worth it in an endurance race to be on the absolute ragged edge all the way through.
And unfortunately, Michael Polishek, defending race winner in this GTO category, involved in an incident with one of those GTP contenders. He's watching on from the sidelines and from the pit lane. 46 started. We are now left with just the 30 out there and running. 11 of them are GTOs. Actually, technically, you can, I think, make that 29, because Brandon Roseborough seems to have confirmed himself as a DNF as well. Leaves 18 of those GTPs running, so 31 down to 18. Attrition playing quite a high part, but maybe part of that reason, Paul, is some of those drivers thought, you know what, we've had a bad race. There was one final time slot that we could have jumped into. Let's withdraw from this one and go over to that.
Yes, there is that they would have seen that opportunity to start afresh and say, right, let's write that one off and go again. That is one of the positives of sim racing, that if your race has been completely affected, especially here in iRacing with the multiple start times of these special events, it just goes to show that, you know, not all is lost. You can start again, dust yourself off and start again, and that's exactly what some of those teams will have done here, as more GTP traffic coming by. And yeah, I've really enjoyed this one. Somebody has mentioned, by the way, could you imagine the Mazda RX-7 GTO racing alongside the Audis?
And we were talking about the wish list of vintage cars. That was a mistake, I think, from the 11. No, it was just him going wide to open up the entry into pit lane. And so, Paceworks do not respond as Lone Bobo Racing into the pit lane for the final time today. I've already seen the TSRC number 99 make its way into the lane on the previous lap. So on to the jacks, 4 tires and a full tank of fuel to go into the car. And we'll see where these two drivers end up feeding out, respecting to one another. Now, the 182 could go an additional lap, but I think might be a bit more likely to head in this time by and respond to the pit stop as soon as possible. Paul, going back over to the GTPs very quickly, Sean Campbell, you said might be able to get to lap 99 and make it to the end without trouble. I think he should be able to make it to the 100 based on what I'm seeing, which, like you were also saying, life becomes a bit easier for him in the final stint of the race.
Yeah, if you're able to make it to lap 100, then you're not having to do as big a fuel save as you have been doing in this race. It means it can really just push on for that final stint. Yeah, what Sean will be able to do is a show off what an incredible job he's done at the fuel saving. This is lap 21 of his stint, and we've been seeing those that particular car going 25 laps, haven't we? 25, 26 laps. So definitely he is looking at making it to that magic number to just have one more stop, whereas everybody else in GTP has got to go that one stop extra.
So bottom of the screen, you can keep an eye out on Bogdan as he navigates his way back out onto track. Fortunately, not too much traffic. Let's see if he's going to hopefully be able to get back up to speed relatively quickly. I've just seen Gio Cortese has slipped off the track as well. So he's now lost a bit of track position relative to Nick Thiessen in the TrekSim.com 16, who's back up to 4th and holding on to his advantage. Paceworks not coming in this time by though, Paul. They've elected to stay out that one additional lap.
Yeah, I think they are now just thinking, you know what, let's just keep going right to the end of our stint and then just fuel that less fuel in than what we've been seeing. So, yeah, they are doing just that. Issues for some of our cars out there, and that was a big moment there. That was something number 15.
That was Gio Cortese in the 8, and that's how he lost some time. There's some white GTPs. This is the 15 of Fabrizio Rivera, followed off the track by Joshua Powell. I wonder how much gravel we've brought back onto the track over the course of the 96-odd laps so far.
Thankfully, the virtual corner workers don't need to be able to do any sweeping of the track, so be able to look after the track. Fortunately, virtual world means that we can just instantly get the track clean and away we go again in front of the race.
Let's see if Fabian's going to be in at the end of this lap. It would be a 27 lap stint for him, so right on the number for what we've seen so far. Now Bogdan crosses the line and we'll get an actual lap time from him this time around as he makes his way around the 4 miles of the Road America circuit. Again, hasn't been too impacted with traffic from what we can see though, so he's going to be feeling at least hopeful that this pit stop from the race leader is not going to be too short. The time stationary was 47.2 seconds for the 11, so Paul, that's our reference for when the Paceworks 182 makes its way into the box.
Yeah, what can he do then here? Because we do expect that car to head onto pit road. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to come on this time. It's got one more potential, and yep, it's going to go by again. So, again, just getting more and more time in its favour, and that's really working out for Paceworks Esports now to be able to move forward in the great scheme of things. So, definitely doing the job that they exactly need to do here today at Paceworks, and it's working out beautifully.
Looks like we'll have a chat with Sven Haase coming up after this pit stop sequence. We'll just get confirmation on how big the gap is between the GTO contenders in this final 46-odd minutes of the race. Our Junior Kanki Party alongside of Paul Smith in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Very glad to have your company here on this fine Saturday morning, wherever you are around the world. Morning for me. Afternoon for Paul, evening maybe for some of you watching along, and hoping that you've enjoyed the action so far as much as maybe we've seen a fair amount of attrition playing its part as well. This is Gio Cortese back now up to speed after that slip up through the carousel a couple of laps ago, Paul. He's only 1.3 behind at Trek Sim number 16. The fight for 4th is still on.
And isn't it amazing how Trek Sim have been able to get themselves just seemingly going back and forth between them and the Obsidian Vintage by Gio. It's been this last hour or so that those two have moved positions between themselves. You can see all the gravel on the track there on the exit of Canada Corner into Bill Mitchell Bend. We've seen the trouble that people have had around Bill Mitchell Bend as well, and that won't be helping matters. That is for sure. Speaking of Canada Corner, here is your GTO race leader, Paceworks Esports. And will they head onto pit road this time by? I would imagine so. And we are on lap 99 for your GTPs, which means that Sean Campbell can make it to the end. And here we go, pit stops for Paceworks Esports.
And so don't speed. That's the last thing you need to do right now. Grab yourself a Needless penalty and throw a potential race win away. Just one final pit stop. It's an early stall as well, let's not forget, for the 182. It's a Lone Bobo Racing yet to come through the carousel. Still plenty of time for them left on this particular lap. 47.2, Paul. That was the magic number.
So just patiently, tyres are done. So all the tyres done at once on these cars compared to modern GT racing where you do a corner at a time. And now just patiently waiting, and it's all about that fuel number. They don't need to take as much fuel as the Lone Bobo Racing car, and so they can afford to short fuel this one. 38 seconds, 39, 40 on the revs, so he must be ready to go. 43 seconds it is then for Paceworks Esports. Oh, this is going to be an interesting ending.
So how quick has Bogdan been since getting himself up to speed? The last lap was a 2:06.3, so that's about 2 seconds off the fastest lap. Has traffic played its part off the speed limit for Paceworks' 182, and look at the country distance between them and the chasing contender behind. Your race leader has got what is measured as a 6-second advantage headed down in towards turn 3. 43 minutes to hold on, Paul, as we hit lap 100 in this Road America 500.
Absolutely great stuff from Paceworks Esports. They'll be delighted with how that's gone. That fuel saving of just sitting behind, getting a fuel number, that has worked out ideally for them. And yeah, a nice comfortable lead then of 6 seconds at the front of your GTO field.
Right, I mentioned we'd get a chat with one of our drivers, your race leader, Aaron Lopez, taking over from Sven Haase, who's standing by with Paul Smith.
Yes, good afternoon, Sven, and welcome to the commentary box. That looked to be a relatively
Hello, guys.
quiet. I'm going to say it looked to be quite the relatively quiet stint for you, apart from a big moment at Bill Mitchell Bend.
Yeah, well, at first we normally don't drive this car, so it's always like super hard for us to adapt. And as soon as we adapt, we are trying to push the limits more and more. And yeah, at one point, I was maybe a bit overconfident, I would say.
But you kept it out the wall. That was the crucial thing. How has this race gone for your team? Because, in particular, your car. Because it seemed to be you've just been able to build this comfortable lead at the front. Has it just been you've had that extra edge between the two of you in the car?
I have to say, like, Jano did a lot of work on the setup, and the car is like super nice to drive. And obviously, we found out during the week already that we have lower wing than most of the other competitors, which gave us the edge in fuel numbers and also therefore race pace. So we could like keep it a little bit more easy on the one side, and we are quite happy how it evolved in the end. I mean, basically 1, 2, 3, as it seems to be. Jano had like this very, very unfortunate situation in his pit stop that the car doesn't fuel, and that's why he lost like 25 seconds in the first stop. But overall, I think when you enter with 3 cars and as it looks like finishing all on the podium, there's nothing more you could ask for.
Now, you mentioned there about how this isn't a car that you guys would normally race, and I said at the start of the broadcast it's an analog car in a digital world. Just explain to those sitting at home who have never tried this car, what is that big difference between something like this compared to modern GTP machinery?
I mean, this is like a really, really hard to drive car, as it has like no TC, no ABS. Its suspension is quite stiff, so compared to modern cars, your grip levels overall are quite low in mechanical and high in aerodynamical. But as you have like this turbo punch coming up like half through the revs, this car wants to eat you up like out of every corner, and you have to have the throttle control at all time, even in 3rd or 4th gear. As we are now going through the carousel, And as you might think, like with this downforce and aero-wise, middle of the corner, you can pinch it. No, you can't. You have to really control the throttle after 4 or 5 laps. And otherwise, like your race can be over in a snap second. And that makes it a lot fun and makes it very, very interesting to drive. And once in a year, we are really enjoying it. And yeah, hopefully with a new build, we're also looking for maybe the new tire model, and that will make also GT3 racing more interesting again.
Absolutely. Well, Sven, it's a pleasure as always, and sit back and enjoy watching your teammate bringing it home for you, hopefully.
Thanks a lot. Nice to have me, and have a good weekend.
You too. Cheers. There we go. Sven Hasse. Always good to hear from some of our drivers, and I thought it was pertinent to get that impression of just how difficult this car is. We've been waxing lyrical about the differences of this car compared to modern GTPs, but to have somebody who's out there at the front being able to explain it, I think that's worth hearing. And yeah, I would encourage people to try racing this car. I can't. I don't have the talent for it, I'll be honest.
No, it's great to hear from him. Interesting that it was a technical issue for Jarno Koch that prevented him in that first pit stop from gaining some time. We saw some moves. Gio Cortesi lost some time. He went off the track. Nick Thiessen's up to 3rd now in the TrekSim.com entry. This fight's for 6th in GTO. Glacier Racing have sailed past these drivers. They are having a great recovery up to 5th position in the number 42. Loss of control. Trying to control themselves back up into 6th position and past, looking for race friends. But this is the great thing about closing stages of the race, especially with different strategies, Paul. They're all kind of converging right now. Back over to Obsidian Vintage behind Locked In Racing after their mistake.
Yeah, it's been Obsidian have been having just one thing happen after another, haven't they? Really, they should be in 3rd place right now, as things stand at the moment, but a couple of mistakes has had them behind TrekSim and also behind Locked In Racing as well now. So it goes back to talking about this GTP and how difficult it is to drive, how easy it is to make mistakes in this car, and it's shown time and again. It's bit people as Beast Racing finally make their final pit stop.
Wow, so they've gone how many laps longer than Sean Campbell? That's 3 laps longer than Sean Campbell. So, I mean, the fuel-saving effort has continued from the crew. And Drew Adamson did send me a picture of what the car was meant to look like. So, it does look great. Unfortunately, we didn't get the livery in time. But maybe next year for this iRacing Road America 500, because I have no doubt it will be back for a 3rd consecutive year. And hopefully we'll get, like Paul and Sven were talking about, some more people who've never really had the chance to explore the car. Paul, I love that you asked Sven that question, A, because it was very topical, like you said, but B, the answer he gave, right? Talking about the turbo spool in 3rd and 4th gear, which, just trying to explain that to someone who maybe doesn't race lower powered cars or even maybe modern race cars which have this kind of power. The torque swell that you get in a 3rd gear, it's like a modern Formula 1 car when we used to talk about, Lewis Hamilton would start races in like 3rd gear to avoid wheel spin. There is so much torque from these cars. It is a totally different challenge.
I mean, I'm just old enough to remember the turbo era of the 80s in Formula 1. They finished in 1988. I was just starting watching races with my dad back then. Down there, everybody knows the little rollout play mat that you've got in the little town.
Yep.
That you drive your cars about, your model cars about on. That was me in front whilst the Grand Prix were going on. So back when I was a very, very young child, and I could just about remember those Formula 1 cars of back then. I mean, a lot of people complained back in 2014 when Formula 1 went to the turbo hybrid cars about the noise of the cars, but you listen to clips of those cars from the 80s, they were beasts, but they weren't high revving cars. It's a different noise. I personally don't get this out of this about the noise of Formula One. I like being able to go to races where my ears don't bleed.
Yes.
I was at Spa in 2013, which was the death throes of the V8, and then I was at the very first turbo hybrid race at Australia, at Melbourne, for in 2014. So I experienced that changeover, and I liked it. But that's just me.
No, I have experienced the high revving, V10s that people still wish that we could go back to. But last year I was at the British Grand Prix, Paul, and I didn't wear, what do you call them? Earplugs. I didn't wear anything.
Earplugs, yeah.
And it was nice being at a Formula One race and being able to sit there without earplugs, right? Like, yes, I probably did a bit of damage to my ears. I don't recommend that you do that, but it was tolerable. Like, it was great. I don't know. So much about a race car is the sounds, which is why it's quite funny, Paul, that I quite enjoy Formula E, which is a racing series where the sounds are quite reduced, but they're different sounds, right? It's a unique sound. And so, again, I love racing. You put 2 wheels, 4 wheels, it does not matter. You could put 3 wheels, find a way to race on 1 wheel. You'll find me there. If iRacing ever adds 1-wheelers, I can only imagine what the sim racing hardware for that looks like. I've got a business idea now that I've got to go pitch to Corsair. Be right back.
Unicycle equipment.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Force feedback.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I've seen some. I mean, you just have to look at modern endurance racing and the wide range of different car engine configurations and the different noises that they have. Look to the World Endurance Championship when Audi were in it with the diesel.
Yep.
That sounded completely. I mean, it sounded like a bus compared to the rest of them. But it was, people don't seem to complain about the noise in the world of anywhere else in the world of motorsport. It only seems to be Formula One fans complain about the noise of Formula One.
Well,
cars.
no, that's not true actually, Paul, because you mentioned World Endurance Championship. So this,
actually, yeah.
Yeah, this year it's been a bit of a bummer with the fact that they've had a lot of, what do you call it, damping, reducing the peak level of some of the cars, which is a shame, right? Because we were talking GTE earlier. When Porsche debuted the RSR in 2016 or whatever, every couple of years they had to redesign the rear diffuser because it was so noisy, which, crazy to say out loud. But yeah, it's just, noisy race cars are great. By the way, back on track, finally a move for third. So a move of consequence as Locked In Racing slide it up the inside, up towards the carousel. And Nick Thiessen recognizes the situation, backs out in these closing stages.
That was a bit of a scruffy move, though, if you ask me, from Locked In Racing. And Trexim, I think, won't be too happy with that move, but we carry on. Trexim will just be sat there. Nick Thiessen will just be thinking to himself, well, do you know what? They'll make another mistake in a few laps' time and I'll get back ahead. That seems to be how Locked In Racing has gone today in this one. And Obsidian aren't that far back. Yeah, the RSR, by the way, 2018, I went to Spa-Francorchamps, the World Endurance Championship, and I've told the story elsewhere.
Oh, that's the full fat version too, right?
Yeah. And I'm convinced that car has caused me hearing damage just from the last 45 minutes. Because for the rest of the race, we were walking around the track. Last 45 minutes, we were in the grandstand on the pit straight. And yeah, it actually hurt my hearing.
Andre Castro brings in the Den competition number 88. So that's their final stop incoming as we have 18 laps to go. They've been doing 18 lap stints for the majority of these middle and latter stages of the race. Yeah, the one thing that is at least good is, as much as the World Endurance Championship is putting the kibosh on some of the noises, at least IMSA for the most part is not. There are certain tracks, Laguna Seca, I'm looking at you, where there's noise decibel restrictions that you've got to try and meet. But for the most part, most US circuits if they're not street circuits, are far enough out of most city centers that you'd hope that noise restrictions aren't a thing. Is that Lone Bobo Racing, by the way? It is. They've got pressure from Glacier Racing behind. Now, this isn't an actual battle on track, Paul, but you bet, a battle for bragging rights. After Glacier Racing involved in contact on that opening lap, they'd love to pass second place Lone Bobo Racing before the end of this race.
Glacier have made it pretty much to the front of the cars that are one lap down. Now, haven't they? At this point in the race, they're too far back from the TSRC drivers to be able to make that move for fourth place. But certainly, Joni Hagner doing a sterling job. In fact, both the drivers have done a sterling job to try and recover from what was happening earlier on in the race. Locked In Racing come onto pit road, by the way. There is noise restrictions in the UK, unfortunately. One track in particular that I know iRacing are working on, because they have announced it, so I am okay to say. Croft in the northeast of England. It has now a restricted amount of what's called noise days.
Right.
And so basically, it all comes from a family moved in to some house to a house nearby, and the husband was complaining that a few Sundays a year he wasn't able to enjoy his summer out in the garden because of the noise of the racetrack. So they complained to the council, and the council put strict noise restrictions on the track.
Mm-hmm.
The irony of it is, the only reason that they moved into that house was because his wife had got a job at the track.
Yes, I heard that story actually. Now that you got to the point at the end, yeah, it's a shame. Who knows how long Laguna Seca is going to be around? With some of the developments around its governance and things like that, but it will always live on as the first ever track to be part of a video game. Back in 1999 when it was in Gran Turismo 2. Can you imagine? That is now 1999, 97, something like that. A long time ago, Paul.
Yeah, thanks for making me even older. Yeah.
It's okay. At least it's not like with Brian Till, Paul, where I commentate with Brian on the Prodigy Racing League, and I like to sometimes bring up to him, not on air, usually behind the scenes to poke fun. I was born the same year he qualified for the Indy 500. That makes him feel very old.
I mean, I've been doing the same to David Addison, to be fair. Yeah, it's definitely something that you can do. I mean, you're speaking to somebody who literally went to a midnight opening of a games shop to buy Gran Turismo 5 back in the day on the PlayStation 3.
Those were the days.
Yes, the heady days of when you had to queue up outside a shop at midnight to get the first hands, rather than just hitting download.
Yeah, here comes the race leader into pit lane. He can't hit download on some more fuel, unfortunately. It's into the box, some fresh tires going on as well. Good years for the Nissan GTP, and it's going to be off and away with what should be race lead intact. No, it might not be the race lead intact, and Jarno Kok might actually cycle back to the front of the field momentarily as swap around takes place. He should be in, though, in probably the next 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, and that's it. It's just the case of just while the pit cycle goes hot on. Yeah, very good point as well. Thruxton in the UK as well, down in Hampshire, where we've got the 4 hours of Thruxton. Yep, there's a noise control on that track as well. A lot of the UK circuits have got noise controls on the Brands Hatch. After October, they're not allowed to run the Grand Prix loop until April.
My silence is disappointment, by the way.
It's just the way that the world is going, I'm afraid. And when you think that these venues have been here since, well, in terms of Brands Hatch, sort of
right,
late 40s. You know, Silverstone's the late 40s. All these venues have been around for going on nearly a century now. But it's just people's tolerances have changed over the years.
I'm just.
This is why I say that electrification is part of the future of motorsport, because you'll still be able to, because electric race cars are a lot quieter, as we see with Formula E, for example. And I do think that there is a future in that, because it'll keep these venues alive.
Oh, I've always thought electrification has had its place. Like I am not. Like I said, I love Formula E for what it is. It doesn't replace Formula 1 for me, but it satisfies something else. And you know, the Porsche Mission R, we've had that on iRacing for quite a while. I think we've had it, Paul, as a Porsche All-Star car once as well, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've
Yeah,
commentated on it. So, yeah, no, I agree. Now, that's not to say that I want an electric car. Like, I would prefer to have an internal combustion engine, and that's why a couple of years ago I went out and bought a new car, because I was having a conversation with a certain driver in the Porsche Esports Super Cup who was telling me that he'd used some of his winnings to go and buy a really nice road car, partially because the inevitable is, you know, we have this transition on the road, and maybe not in the next 5 or 10 years, but in the next 20 or 30 years, you know, the ability to get a really fun car powered by an internal combustion engine might not be possible. So, yeah, I went out and did that a couple of years ago. I do not regret it. There are some really fun electric cars now that are starting to be made. So, you know, we are getting closer and closer to that. The only thing that stops it from being a race car technology, Paul, for an endurance race, battery swaps. So what we need is someone to build a prototype where you can literally just pull out the battery pack and push a new one in. I think that's probably the only way that you're really going to make it work. Or you're going to pump a ton of electricity in to recharge it, which sounds dangerous.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there are cars road cars that have that technology of replacing batteries.
Yes.
It takes about 3 minutes. You literally go to an automated place, and it will take your car in, replace the battery, and then you drive off and you've got a fully charged new battery in the car. So, yeah, there is the road car technology, and that would have a relevance to road car technology as well. So actually it would be good to develop that, but fast charging as well. But battery technology, solid state batteries are coming.
Yep.
That is going to be, and that's double the energy density for the same package size. So the technology is advancing to the point where I think there will be a massive change in ownership of cars in the world.
And again, just go back 36 years and tell the Brabhams, you know, developing this car and driving it, that 40, 50 years from now, what the modern GTP would look like. Similar evolution we're going through, of course, with our road cars. Pit stops underway. Jarno Koch, of course, already in the box, but Nick Thiessen and Gio Cortese joining him now. Question will be for John Babineau, how far behind is he going to be in that locked-in racing machine? He had a 37-second pit stop. Jarno Koch was only stationary for 28 seconds, which seems a little bit closer to what I'd suspect. So for both Trek Sim and Obsidian Vintage, they'd be thinking similarly short stops. But Niels van Handel's jumping into the car, so that's 30 seconds guaranteed. As engine revs from Gio Cortese, I think he's ready to go.
Yes, Cortese goes. 4 seconds later is Niels van Handel as well. I want to point out, by the way, Sean Campbell is only a couple of seconds back from Jarno Koch in second place.
And it is now grid and go 1, 2, and 3, Paul.
Well, we said that he had the chance of a podium. Second place could well be within his reach, although I think the rules of engagement for grid and go will be slightly different, given that they've got a guaranteed whitewash of the podium.
And maybe as well, you know, Jarno, we didn't even realize until Sven had told us he had that issue in his first pit stop, couldn't get fuel into the car, so had to uncheck it and recheck it. That cost him 24 seconds is I think what I said. It might have been 27 though, actually. So, you know, if I'm Sean, knowing he's probably still got some fuel to save as well. Like you say, rules of engagement. This is one of those rare situations where there doesn't even need to be any team orders because the drivers are going to recognize the situation. At this level, Paul, for the most part, drivers have got their heads screwed on to what they need to do in their various situations. It's why you and I, when we talk about some of the things that we see in the likes of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, it's just instinctual to many of these drivers. They know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, they certainly do know what they need to do in all of this. And by the way, I'm still waiting for my Tag Heuer watch. Still waiting. I've been waiting about 4 years now for best, but there you go. Yeah, so yeah, they're all clued up. They know what's happening. There's a bit of friendly rivalry happening into team as well. So yeah, it's certainly going to be a case of, I think they'll hold position now, and the only way that you'd not hold position is if Sean Campbell was significantly faster, which doesn't appear to be the case here.
Yes. Paul, I'm just saying, by the way, we need to set our expectations higher. So Sadikis once got a custom car from another manufacturer for an event with his logo and everything on the side of it. There was the rumor yesterday that Porsche is going to be making a road-going 963. I think Porsche just needs to give us one of those for the day with our names on the side of it.
With you driving, because since I can't legally drive, so
they'll let us take it to the track as well. Can they rent out the Nordschleife for us? You know that's my dream track.
Yeah, I know it's your dream track. I think I'd want to go somewhere where I feel confident in remembering all the corners.
That's what you just have to do enough laps there, Paul, and it all starts to just be imprinted on your memory. You know, Road America is one of those tracks, like I was saying at the start, it looks deceptively simple. It looks like just a lot of 90-degree corners. But all the 90-degree corners are slightly different, so I tell you what, let's take this opportunity, step aside for a few moments, and ride on board with your race leader. Aaron Lopez put it on pole. They've been in control since lap number 1. Let's see what gridandgo.com have in store as we ride on board. The sights and sounds of the Nissan GTP rumbling around Road America in control of our race leader, Aaron Lopez, in the grid and go number 2. 9 laps left to go here in the iRacing Road America 500. It's Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Paul Smith, our one and only special event in this month of April, before next month 3 technically weeks of special events, all focused on the ovals. The iRacing Indy 500, it's fixed and open races, 2 back-to-back weeks of action there, and then the following week the Coke 600. Plenty of action to whet your appetite. Paul, as we close in on the final laps of this race, leads at the front, very, very comfortable. Both for grid and go, leading 1, 2, and 3 in the GTP category, but also in the GTO, where Paceworks Esports, after grabbing the advantage in the final sequence of pit stops, have built it up to now 8.5 seconds.
I know Carl Moore, who I've commentated on in the past, who's involved with Paceworks Esports, will be delighted to see their car at the front of that GTO field. And yeah, it's been that long game, hasn't it, for the GTOs? We were hoping to see Michael Polacek up there with them as well, but unfortunately for GeForce Racing, they got involved in an incident with one of our GTPs. Which rather spoiled that race at the front of GTO, to be honest. But yeah, it's been that long, patient game of just sitting behind, saving fuel, doing whatever they can just to be able to get to this final stint and then final pit stop. Much shorter pit stop. That beautifully formed.
Helps if I unmute myself. The strategy has worked out quite interestingly, although both of us noting the same thing. Bogdan Moldavan a bit too wide through the kink, and he's picked up a 50th incident point in the race, which, Paul, is going to mean he has to come down to pit lane in the next 3 laps with a penalty to serve, and he will potentially drop out of the podium spots.
I don't know about podium, but he'll definitely drop 1 place, because you're talking about 34 seconds to traverse cone to cone. That's not including the time it takes to slow down the car, and then the time for it to get back up to speed on pit exit. It's a drive-through penalty for these types of instant limit penalties. So, as he comes down pit road, and it's nothing more frustrating than that. Here comes Iona Yacht then, and Emil Bernstorff will be delighted to see that car. Oh, it's only just gone past.
I got confused. I thought it was a stop and go penalty, so thanks for correcting me there, Paul. And so yeah, Lone Bobo Racing will hold on to 3rd. I'm sure they'll be frustrated, but I think you've got to give the credit again to Iona Yacht, another one of the cars that would be a contender for Spirit of the Race sort of awards here after the damage incurred at the start. Didn't come in and fix it, Paul. Instead, they just worked on that car slowly through the course of the pit stop cycles and eventually got themselves back into this position, 2nd on the road after qualifying and starting in 5th.
Yeah, that's very much been a case of just going about their business, keeping the pace up, and doing a sterling job, keeping out of trouble as well after the start of the race, and survival. A big part of this race has been survival for a number of these cars, and it's gone to show how key that has been for them. A driver that we haven't really talked about all race is Samsoid. David Sampson, he's been onto pit road for his splash and dash, and that Samsoid Canaan Esports entry. Yeah, down the order. I can't remember if they were actually caught up in that opening lap incident. They did start in 12th place, so yeah, they've kept in 12th place.
I think the fact that the car looks factory fresh tells the story. It should have a bit more dirt and grime on it if it had been damage-free through the race, so maybe getting some repairs in the last hour or so. 2 laps down from the lead, but even with all of that, like you say, finishing where they started could have been a lot more tricky of a day to be sure. You talked about the level of attrition. 46 starters. Only 15 of them in the GTO class. We are going to see 11 of the GTOs finish, so only 4 dropping away through the proceedings, which is great to see. On the GTP side, 31 took the green. 18 will see the checkered flag if things were to be frozen in time right now. So just 29 will see that checkered flag in 6 laps time. 6 more laps for Aaron Lopez to stay out of trouble. 6 more laps to see if we might get a fight between the only 2 cars within a couple of seconds of one another. It's Nexus Esports versus Blitz Motorsport, 2 teams that have had their own share of difficulty through the course of the day.
They certainly have. It's towards the rear of our GTP field, but Ivan Platon and Bruce de Carvalho duking it out for position, just under a second between the 2 of them right now. And yeah, Nexus, the ones on the back foot right now, having to try and catch up to this. I could tell you that the average lap pace, so I get to see an average 5 laps pace on my timing screen. Average lap time for Blitz is a 47.9 compared to a 48.8 for Nexus. So that's the average lap time that they will be setting in the last 5 laps.
See if the trend holds steady. There's another gap I've just seen us come down. What Apex Racing? Zamioa Racing, the number 19, trying to hold on to 8th position here. These are the first drivers 1 lap down off the leader. Aaron Humphries showing as having come down pit lane this most recent time. So is that for a penalty or is that a scheduled service?
Splash a dash. That's splash a dash. So yeah, that final stop has been taken by What Apex, and Aaron Humphrey, you would imagine, would be able to make a move on the car in front, and they're getting the slipstream benefit down into Canada corner, but not close enough to make a move. The problem for him, though, is that the car in front has got a slipstream from Samsung's car, so a little bit of benefit off of some lap traffic for the driver in 8th place.
I think the other thing is maybe Zamaloa had been on pit lane 5 laps ago, so he probably did a full service and changed tires as well. Not sure if Aaron Humphrey did or if it was just a top off on fuel and maybe feeling a bit more of the pain from the good years underneath him. Those laps are ticking away, there's no doubt about that, so you don't really need to keep them underneath you for much longer. Bogdan Moldavan, by the way, he's lost a bit more ground to Emil Bernstorff. So I think late stages here, Paul, we're just seeing the mental fatigue maybe start to build. Remember, these are all 3 drivers on the podium in this GTO class, have done this race solo. So they're going on just under 4 hours right now of focus, trying to stay out of the way of the GTPs and trying to go as quick as they can.
The benefit that they have in the Audi is that they haven't got to worry about that torque oversteer that the Nissan has, so they've got that advantage. The disadvantage they've got is that the car understeers through some corners like this here, the kink. More modern GT3 machinery will be pretty much flat out through that corner, whereas these Audis, they're having to get off throttle, let it go through the corner before getting back on throttle. And plus, with it being a Quattro, so being a 4-wheel drive car, it's a bit heavier as well. That 4-wheel drive system adds weight to the car, and it also means that delivering power to the front wheels will cause a bit of understeer as well through all of that. But they've got a big enough gap over TSR Esports that they don't need to worry about behind.
Remember, I mentioned that May is going to be all about the ovals in terms of special events. Well, April is endurance month. 4 hours at Thruxton. We know Paul's looking forward to that. And then the weekend after that.
We're in April. You mean June?
I meant June. Yes, sorry. It's early in the morning still for me. June. First week of June is 4 hours at Thruxton. We know Paul's looking forward to that. Pretend that never happened. And then the weekend after that is the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours presented by Thrustmaster. We'll have GT3s, Porsche Cup cars, GT4 touring cars, and the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car joining the fray for the first time. couple of weeks after that, 6 hours of the Glen. So, Paul, between all of that, if you did all 3 of those races, 34 hours of endurance racing just in June alone for our competitors.
So that's all. That's nothing.
It's only if you do one time slot. What happens if you do multiple?
You wouldn't be able to do multiple. That would wipe you out, especially for the Nürburgring.
Yes.
The level of concentration that it takes to do the Nürburgring 24 hours is absolutely incredible. Okay, you've not got 120, 130 cars to worry about, like the real thing. But it's still, you've got to keep that focus up, and in the middle of the night, you've got GT3s coming up on you in the middle of some of the twistier stuff, say through the Beloff S, for example. You've got to keep that focus, and it is the only event that I have ever actually made it into the top split of a iRacing special event, and we finished on the podium in class. So
nice.
I have that to my name, and nobody can ever take that away from me.
Does that mean you're back in the top split this year?
That was 2017, I think it was.
Oh, was that back when did the iRacing Nürburgring? Well, did the 24 also split off qualifying back then?
No.
Ah, okay. I wasn't sure. I know VLN split off qualifying. I wasn't sure about the 24.
Oh.
That is not good. Exited for 8th position. They got a big gap behind them, so there's nothing really to worry about. But closing stages of the race, last thing you really want to do is pick up that penalty for too many incident points.
And that was a big squeeze on corner exit from Zamaloa as well. So, yeah, 2 into 1 does not go. They got past that Samsoid car, and they're going into turn 1. Taking the outside line there, Zamaloa, and contact mid-corner. Both of them go off. I would say it was a little bit of a squeeze from the 19, perhaps mid-corner. Going around the outside at turn 1 is so difficult to do.
It's very difficult to do. Hard to say. Race control. We'll take a look after this race. Remember, iRacing does now adjudicate protests that affect the results of the race. So anything we look at in terms of race results, provisional, and keep that asterisk on them until iRacing's had their chance to go through with their fine-tooth comb on all the protests and appeals that get submitted as a result of the race unfolding. These drivers separated out now slightly as a result of that. Back up to your race leader, who's carving through the carousel for the penultimate time. I don't have the stat off the top of my hands, but I hope you might, Paul. How many laps of the 123 so far have Grid and Go led?
111.
I think that says a lot, doesn't it?
It does. Absolutely sensational drive, and this team have been absolutely imperious. It was great to speak to Sven a little bit earlier on to get their thoughts from the very front of the field. But white flag will be in the air from Barney, and it has been a sensational job from Grid and Go.
4 more miles to hold on here at America's National Park of Speed, and Barney will wave that white flag for Paceworks Esports as well. The gap behind has ballooned up for both our leaders. Not so dominant in the GTO by any means, Paul, but a very deserving win. I think Lone Bobber Racing, Paceworks, and even that GeForce Racing 45 all would have been up front and in contention in this closing stages, if not for the various incidents that we had. Paceworks able to hold on, able to survive, and will take a well-deserved win.
Yeah, it's been a sterling job from Paceworks, and they worked that strategy perfectly. And as I said earlier, that GeForce car was right in the shout, and they were playing that pretty much same strategy, so I think we would have had a close finish at the front. But you got to be there at the end to win it, and starting his final lap will be Fabian Scheischer, who of course started the race there today, and it's been a great drive from them.
Like you say, he's got 4 more miles to hold on though. Keep that traffic in the rearview mirror and hopefully out of danger. White flag flies for the GTO leader. Here though, into Canada corner comes Aaron Lopez. The stat is quite remarkable. 112 odd laps led in 124. The only time they would drop down the running order was when they came in for a fresh tank of fuel and a fresh set of tires. On the left side, top 3 for grinandgo.com. Dominance here in the iRacing Road America 500. Wind the clock back 36 years, and the challenge of the Nissan conquered by Grid and Go. In the iRacing Road America 500, it's Aaron Lopez, Sven Haase victorious, and a long wait for the rest of their competitors. Did see another one of our drivers got a black flag right as the checkered flag flew, so hoping, Paul, that the rest of the teams and drivers can get to the line without any more drama.
Yeah, what a time to pick up a black flag right at the very end of the race. But no, sensational stuff at the front of the field. And, well, we've got the carousel, the kink, and Canada Corner, to name but a few, for our GTO race leader as well. Great stuff from our drivers. It was a bit messy at times, I think that's fair to say, but it's certainly been a really enjoyable day here today.
Barney energetically waving that checkered flag as we wait for our GTO winner to cross the line. Here come the rest of the competitors finishing up their race. I think we should point out that in that GTP podium, one team, yes, with 2 drivers, but second and third solo efforts there. And in this GTO class, all 3 of the competitors go from flag to flag without a driver change. Endurance, both for the car, but for the driver as well. Out of the final corner, it's Paceworks Esports. Fabian Scheisheg started on the front row, outlasted all the trouble, and played the strategy to perfection to win the iRacing Road America 500. Final cars will cross the line. Again, we'll grab a look at what are very much provisional results, because I have no doubt the number of incidents that race control will have to look through will be lengthy in nature. Iona Yacht take a bow as well. Endurance Racing Spirit to fight back, Paul, and they'll grab second at the checkered flag.
Oh yeah, what a result for them. Involved in that first lap incident, end up getting a result here today. Aaron Lopez, it's been celebrating down at turn number 5, and why wouldn't you?
There you can see Arno Kopp pulls away. The team photographer should have a pretty good set of photos, I have no doubt, to grab. We'll grab that look at the race results, and then hopefully a quick word with our drivers before we wrap up our coverage from America's National Park of Speed. Right, confirmation that it is the Grid and Go number 2 that is on top. Their margin 46 seconds over their teammates. A sweep of the podium, exactly what they wanted to see. Obsidian Vintage by Gio, 4th for Gio Cortese, with Trek Sim holding on to 5th in front of the locked-in racing team after that late driver change for the number 16. Den Competition 7th, Zamio Air in 8th, Watt Apex and Solpec Precision, the rest of the top 10. 11th for Beast Racing, 12th for Samsoid Kanan, the fuel-saving strategy working out for the 13th, moving them up 4 positions. Metamorphosis are 13th, with GMF team by Playboy behind them. Team Volta grabbed 16 spots to be the biggest gainers of the day in front of the Blitz Motorsports and Nexus Esports crew. Solpec Precision Racing, the last of the finishers before you get to the junks. To the used car lot, to Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, to Fiercely Forward, Jacob Reed, it's SRP Silver, WR Brazil, Team Noah Eder, Writer Engineering, BP56, Greener Pastures, Rising Panda, Fiercely Forward, and then defending race winner, Pascal Sticks, not even seeing turn number 1. Liam Nissan also involved in the chaos of the opening lap. And meanwhile, in the GTOs, it is Paceworks Esports that sit at the top of the pile, and by 25 seconds over Iona Yacht. Lone Bobo Racing scored as 1 lap down, but Bogdan Moldavan had a great charge to be in contention in the late stages before that penalty dropped him down to 3rd. TSRC in 4th, Glacier Racing, I think they win my spirit of the day, up in 5th after being tangled up on the start. Loss of control, looking for race friends. Well, they looked were locked in battle plenty in 6th and 7th positions in front of 07 Racing. Sim Racing Grid and Audi Sport powered by BMW M Power AMG. They're only missing Porsche in terms of German manufacturers there. Tech Sport Academy, G-Force Racing, Team Ivan Bertola, Wiskins Racing, Intoxicated by iTelemetry, and Impulse Racing. A look top to bottom at those provisional race results. And Paul, here's a look again at the schedule of what we've got to enjoy in the month of May. Of course, a look towards Indianapolis, a look towards the Charlotte Motor Speedway as well before June sees Endurance Month, and then July brings the third and final of our 24-hour races this year.
It is certainly a smorgasbord of oval racing next month, and I'll be looking forward to watching all of that. June, I mean, what a month that'll be in terms of endurance racing for the Nürburgring 24 Hours in particular. For me, is a big highlight along with Ruxton. But Spa 24, it was the very first endurance race that I ever did. It holds a close place in my heart, and I can't wait to see that in July.
The site of the very first 24-hour race in iRacing history as well, so there is lots of history for us to be looking forward to as we get ready to turn the page over into July. And then, of course, August, September, the momentum continues, but we start to change things up. I said at the start of the show, the special events let us journey through disciplines of motorsports. Time here today, but next time maybe you'll be thinking about Knoxville Nationals, Crandon in August, slinging the dirt in a couple of different ways before we close things out. The Chili Bowl and the Production Car Challenge, a late addition to last year's agenda. That was a lot of fun. Paul, it was a blast to be back here in the broadcast booth with you. I've got to say, this is the second year in a row we've done this. The third year I'm hoping will be even better, because remember, well, these aren't the cars that we see week in and week out for many of the top iRacers. It's great seeing them out of their elements and challenging machines that you and I have a special place in our heart for.
Yeah, absolutely. And to see the challenge that the drivers, to get them out of their comfort zone, out of machinery that they're used to more often. So yeah, definitely a great event, and I hope to see a lot more of this next year. It's been a pleasure, as always, to work alongside you, Arjuna, and to have everybody along watching for the race as well.
Well, that's going to bring us to an end here on RaceSpotTV with this coverage of the iRacing Road America 500. Don't forget, there is plenty more to come in the world of iRacing esports, so stay connected on the iRacing Esports Network and across the iRacing social media. But for Paul Smith, Arjuna Kankipati saying goodbye from the broadcast booth. It was great to turn back the clock. I can't wait to see what the rest of the year 2025 has got in store for us. Signing off from America's National Park of Speed.